Good.
Hi, everybody. It's GhostFriday today, starring Mrs. Outcast. Hi, Miss Outcast.
I have to again do what I. There we go.
Okay,
I need to remember to mute the video in YouTube. Otherwise, right when the show starts, that clip starts over again.
sorry.
No, it's 100% my fault. Hi,
Hey,
I'm good. I'm actually eating dinner.
oh, that's good.
Yes, Soot made it for me because
Is it?
he's a hero.
Oh, with a heart of gold, just like you.
Oh, he does have a hold of guard, a heart of gold. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, here we go.
I will not stop until Israel no longer exists. Bullshit. I will not stop until Israel no longer exists. Bullshit.
That's scary. I just want to show you that part. Uh,
He is so angry.
yeah, he's an angry young man.
He truly is.
Well, what?
That
But he ran into the wrong guy. That's Mark. He
oh
picked him up with his
yes,
bare hands.
he did actually. He did pick us up with his bare hands and threw him out of his house
Oh,
and said, "Don't come back here,"
yeah,
or something like that.
yeah, yeah, with his bare hands.
Oh, look, there we all are. It's you, it's Aiden, it's me, it's Claude Balls, Mr. Logo, and Mark the Stony.
Oh, oh, yeah, it's crazy. This is ancient history. Well, no, I'm not sure. First, I want to check how long. Eight-
Mhm.
October 18th. So, no, that's not it. Uh,
Yeah, that's when you put it up, I imagine.
well, I'm not sure when the video came out. It's weird.
The
Me
desert
neither.
deviant, and as we know, there's no water source right next to Egypt that would.
Is that true?
No, Aiden's being sarcastic.
He's a
Yeah,
crazy guy.
he
Yeah, is
is.
it
He's a
weird?
funny guy.
Everyone. Yeah. I forgot which show was this. Was it for a travel show? I think so.
That yes, it could be. It could very well be.
would have
No,
sustained their entire civilization and could have easily led to water erosion marks on a site that's
actually
very
not.
close by to that.
Uh, game. It's believed that the beard, which is now missing from the Sphinx, was added later uh, because it who built it and who is it whose funerary complex does it belong to? And we know who
Uh,
built it because the
if you want me to pause it, just say.
Absolutely, I will. I will. I think this might be from. I
Yeah.
don't know. Maybe
I think it's
Early
Father Charles.
January, or yeah, I think it's Father Charles too.
Yeah, crazy. This is ancient history.
or most likely built it
Yeah.
because the surrounding stone was built um, was used. It was a quarry, so the surrounding stone was taken away to build the Valley Temple and uh, ooh, the Valley Temple. The Valley Temple is where where the mummification was done, and then you have the temple that's closer to the actual pyramid, where where the offerings were made and so on.
So it's
I don't know
different
why
because you
my
got
voice is
bones and
really bad.
sand rather than bones and dirt.
Huh? What do you say?
Well,
Yeah.
we know they used the Sphinx to build the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, sure. The Sphinx built the Statue of Liberty.
It's true.
Is that true?
No, no, it's we're messing around. Also, the Statue of
And
It's true.
Liberty
well,
isn't built from stone, of course.
oh, and uh, I heard. Is this true? I heard from Achilles that it's really a pagan god. What do you think?
uh, that it's a pagan god.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
you mean the Statue of Liberty?
Yeah, cross dressing.
No.
Okay. Achilles said that for a long time. I think he still does. I'm not sure. You have to ask him.
Yeah, no, that's not.
Hi, see?
Oh, Tim. Tim is here. Tim, you said earlier that Israel was ready to build the temple. What about the Al Aqsa Mosque and the Dome? On the rock. They very much are in the way, Mark. You're very correct. As per usual, I would say. Someone having tacos.
Yeah. You ever heard of sea signs?
Yeah, I've seen them in chat, and I know of their name, but I don't think we have ever interacted. Not as far as I know. Not as far
Yeah.
as I can remember, at least.
Him and Aiden have a past.
Oh, really? Aiden has a past with a lot of people.
Yeah. Uh, um, it was crazy. It's funny. The weekend.
Yes. Party.
Oh,
Hmm.
it's Jen. What is a Jen?
Uh, Jens is a uh, Jens. What's his last name? I know
Anderson.
this. Yeah, right.
Is he the
Andersen?
brother of Steve Anderson?
No, no. Jens is from Denmark.
Oh,
Um, so we're kind of neighbors.
oh, that's nice. I always forget what happened. Marcus. Oh,
Mhm.
was the one who built the Statue of Liberty with his bare hand.
France built the Statue of Liberty. France built 2 statues of Liberty as
Well,
well.
Claude and France are synonymous, so
Yeah.
I mean, those are basically the
God,
same
France,
entity.
and the Sphinx are synonymous.
And why did the Egyptians erase all their records about the Exodus?
They didn't have any to begin with. They didn't have any to
Right.
begin with. So.
I think it's
Oh,
all Mark's
crap.
fault. That's why. But just
You hear
blame
that demonic voice that just came in? I heard some voice was like.
That wasn't me.
Yes, it
Maybe it's
was.
just in my head.
Probably
Maybe I'm
in
just
your
being
head.
summoned to another ritual.
It was probably in your head.
You
Yeah.
better see somebody about that.
Well, I am gonna go see somebody. I'm gonna go see my dark priest.
Oh, Steven?
Oh, say hi from me.
You're my dark priest, Deviant. Why would I say hi to you on behalf of you?
I was trying to conceal the fact here.
Yeah, you're right.
Talk
I'm
about this.
sorry.
We can't just tell everyone about our secret ceremonies where we.
It is I, your dark priest.
There you go.
Oh, you do that a lot, Miss Outcast?
Do what?
With your
Have s-
being a dark priest? Yes, yeah.
Of course. Every time I go to sleep.
Yeah.
Goa old stuff, man. Goa old voice. I'm gonna have to rewatch the whole dang old series again.
Well, I've got to go. I need to go and see my dark
You're just
master. He's
Steven?
he's
late
summoned
for
me.
the meeting.
I am. So I'll talk to you guys
Yeah,
later. Take
I'll
care.
talk to
See
you
you later,
later.
Aiden.
See you.
Later.
Bye.
Bye.
Did Aiden just get scared away? What happened there?
Yep.
He's going to talk
No,
to Steve.
he had to go.
I mean, his Dark Lord came to visit him right here, and he left.
Well,
Weird.
yeah.
Yeah, because they have the rituals and so on can't
Oh, so he
be.
just stopped by to remind him. I got you.
Yeah.
Mr. Logo, are you there?
He died.
Yes?
If fish evolved into amphibians, why are there still fish?
Good point.
If when Americans came from Europeans, why are there still Europeans?
Well, if monkeys evolved into humans, how come monkeys don't evolve into humans?
Because humans are still monkeys.
Then
We're apes.
that didn't answer the question at all. Why did evolution just stop and never happen again?
Right.
Wait.
Doesn't stop.
Sure. Then why has nothing evolved into what you say that they have evolved into? Like monkeys evolving into humans, how come monkeys aren't still evolving into humans? They just stop.
Because monkeys,
We're
because humans
always
are
evolving.
still monkeys. So they
That's
never stop
not
being
even an
monkeys.
answer.
That
That's
I
is
ain't
the
no
answer.
monkey.
That's
is the
literally
answer.
not even that is not an answer.
Right?
Why
Yes.
aren't monkeys that evolved into humans still evolving into humans? Why did it all of a sudden just stop?
Because it's
But
not
did
an interlusion, right? It's evolution. You're starting off from a wrong viewpoint. I think it's
The,
transformolution, right? What you are
so
fighting against.
so it's the
And that
wrong
is not
viewpoint to say it's the wrong viewpoint to look at scientists that say the theory of evolution is true. Monkeys evolved into humans, but they never evolved into humans ever again, and humans never evolved into anything ever. So I
But
don't
why
understand.
they don't?
Yeah,
They
you don't
don't.
understand. That's the correct. Exactly. You're right. You do not understand.
Okay.
And you maybe don't want to. But that's your thing. Hey, right?
Species don't evolve. It's not like you have a special type of monkey that is pre-programmed to keep on evolving into humans. There are already humans, and we are evolving as we speak.
Is it true what they said that Brett King is a common ancestor of humans and manatees?
Yes,
Oh.
that's true. That's true.
And I once caught up on that. I once asked the creationist to define what is an ape. And he literally said, as a so-called definition, he gave, quote, a beast that is throws poop. End of quote.
Oh,
So
that's
Beautifully
on
eloquent.
on that
right.
on that note, I was like thinking of, when as children we maybe all have visited zoological gardens and zoos and something and saw these hippos with their tail when they toss their poop around, right? So by his definition, that hippo would have been an ape, right? And
We
that's
used to
just
throw
not
cow. We used to throw
that's
cow poop around.
yeah, and that's
Can you
just not
That
how
pause?
it
makes you
Can you
an ape.
works,
pause,
right? Yeah,
Gangster
that's
Ghost?
just not how.
So I just need to quickly address something that Sea Science Film Labs said in the comments. He says, amazing what he thinks is knowledgeable from a handful of fossils. Well, Sea Science, you see, even if the fossil record, which isn't a handful of fossils, given how difficult it is and how rare it is that fossils are created or are formed, um, we actually have quite a huge amount of them. But even if we didn't have fossils, that would actually not affect the theory of evolution because of the vast amount of other what's the word, collaborating evidence that we have. Genetics alone proves evolution. If you don't think evolution is happening, I'm very sorry, but you are factually, actually wrong. It is. And as I said previously today, which is kind of a weird thing to tell all of you because none of you was here, but me and Sut was talking about this earlier in a very different context. But even if evolution would somehow, by some means, turn out to be completely just nonsense, which it won't. But if it did, it wouldn't affect me personally at all. I'm an atheist, if you didn't know that, sea science, but I think you have. Genetics proves evolution. If anything, genetics has disproven. Oh, that's a very tall
The
claim,
grass
sea
is
science.
blue. The grass is
The grass
blue.
is
The
blue,
grass is blue.
Oh, hi,
and
Aiden.
the moon is a cheese at
That's
the bottom
right.
of the sea.
That's
Hi,
right.
Aiden.
Hi, how's it going? Sea science, come on here, buddy. Come on. Get on the panel. If you've got the spoons to get on the panel, that is.
Aiden.
Genetics continues to destroy long taught narratives of common answer. Yeah, you know what? Sea science, you're right. You're right, sea science. I thought at first that genetics proved that we all have a common ancestor because you can trace the genetic linkages between different species back to a certain point. And like more and more species fall under that umbrella the farther back you go and trace those genes, kind of like, I don't know, like a tree almost, like a tree of life, perhaps. I don't know. I'm just coming up with these terms off the top of my head, so you'll have to forgive me.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, it's almost like genes support the idea of a tree of life at which originates a common ancestor. But then again, I mean, I'm sure the Bible has lots to describe when it comes to genes. The Bible was all on that, you know. I love the Bible's treatise on evolution and genetics and gravity and metaphysics and like all those things that make up the universe that the Bible's just so descriptive about, sea science.
Uh, Watching a blast from the past.
Hmm.
Remember
Aiden
this?
is so easy. Not as easy as your mom, sea science. No, I'm just joking.
Remember remember this, Eden? We got a big debate with Skylar.
Oh my gosh, when was this?
Wow, I don't remember.
You know what I remember? Skylar was on the Proverbs guys talking about, oh, Jesus this, Jesus that. I love Jesus. Jesus is a great person. I guess he was just like in a mood. I went on there and I was like, Skylar, you've said that Jesus is a fraud. You've said on multiple occasions that you hate Jesus and then you think he's awful, and he just like went off and I never said that. You don't have any proof that I ever said that. It was like a Dustin Buck level just meltdown just took place after that. Aiden,
So
how alike, quote unquote, do you believe the human and ape genome is? Little did you
let
know
me
that
answer.
humans
Let me
are
answer.
apes. See
Exactly.
science.
Humans are apes.
And
An
what ape do
ape
you
isn't
mean?
one species. Ape is a family of species. It's also a descriptor, of course. But
Get your
that is
paws off me, you dirty ape. He could talk, he could talk, he could talk, he could talk. I could sing! Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius. Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius. Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius. Oh, Dr. Zaius. Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius.
who is Duck the Sayist?
From The Simpsons.
Oh,
And that's from it's their parody of Planet Apes.
Yeah, yeah, it's a Planet of the Apes parody.
oh, okay, okay.
Oh my god, I was wrong. It was Earth all along. They finally made a monkey out of me.
They
It's
finally
such a good.
made a monkey. They
Finally made a monkey. Yes, they finally made a monkey out of me. It's fantastic.
Oh, I need. Oh, like this guy. You are the modern day Charles Darwin. We all know it.
I think you're crazy. Want a second opinion? You're also lazy. Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius. It's fantastic. Oh my gosh. I wish we could I wish YouTube wasn't a draconian state of dystopian horror, and I wish we could just like play the clip on the show so that everybody knew what we were talking about. But no. No. I mean, when Draco took over and ruled Athens, we know things got better under his authority, not worse.
Oh, what do you think of this, Aiden?
Can I read it in my like nerdy voice?
Okay.
yes, please.
Did you know that out of tens of
No, no,
thousands
no,
of
no, 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 you cannot. I'm
Deviant's
very
immediately hitting the brakes on that one.
yes.
You can't put Pandora back in the box, alright? I'm sorry, but once it's been released.
Did you know that out
No,
of tens of thousands of ERV
no,
sites that
no.
humans and chimps only share a handful of claimed like sites?
Well, yeah. Well,
So
if we're
wait, wait, wait,
monkeys,
wait.
see science, then why are there still monkeys, huh? Ever
So
think about that?
so ERV stands for Energy Recovery Ventilator. It's also uh, the European what's the word? Insurance. It's an insurance company.
He's also going to be like, no, that's not what I mean. It says endogenous retrovirus. No, shut up, Seasign. We don't need to hear any of that crap. All right, we're here to talk about the European renovation venue and how European homes need to be renovated today. All right, let's be honest. The amount of European homes that are straight out of the 1920s is just a sad sight to see. All right, we've got leaded paint. Okay, we've got lead pipes. We've got stucco work that just makes me want to weep as badly as the the horrible mortar work on some of the brickwork on these old homes. It makes me want to weep like that. So we
Eden,
need, as
where
a
in
European
Europe have
continent,
you
to
been?
renovate these places.
where have you been in Europe? I have to ask because that was a very weird description.
Uh,
Deviant Outcast conception of Europe is like a perfectly clean utopia where like hunger and any wanting, there's no homeless people whatsoever. That idea is just foreign. It's a wait, you mean you don't have a home and the government just doesn't give you one automatically? What?
Well,
Aiden,
to be fair, I do live in Europe, but Europe is also not one country.
No,
I know
it's
that
very clearly.
the
Here we go.
U.S. population, not the Canadian population, but the
Next,
U.S. population, have a very hard time understanding that
next
Europe
thing you know, she's
is
gonna say
interesting.
ERV stands for endogenous retrovirus. I mean, like, oh my god.
I mean,
Okay.
that's what he
we
said.
all know it doesn't. We all know endogenous retroviruses are just a figment of the imagination. Uh, no, wait. What show is this? Stop.
Oh,
Uh,
sorry.
no. It's actually the European renovation venture.
Oh,
That's
that's
correct.
Yes.
Um,
we think of
Oh,
this.
Sea
not
science.
renovation. Revolution
That's right.
venture. Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
The Estonian revenue ventilation
What does
is a
Mark have to
very
do with
important
this?
thing.
Yes. It is.
No, but Sea Science says, Aiden at Deviant Outcast, if humans and chimpanzees share a quote unquote recent ancestor, then why are there only a handful of claimable like ERV sites out of tens of that? Why do you never cite the specific numbers, Sea Science? You always say, oh, it's a handful. Cite the numbers. If it's tens of thousands of ERV sites and there's only a handful, then
I mean,
please go ahead and show me the quote unquote because I'm
we,
sure
we have
that the
only a
handful.
handful of. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's fine. No, I never interrupt you, Deviant. So the fact
No.
that you would do that to me, quite frankly, really
It's
breaks
a
my heart.
Yeah,
I can
I'm
prove.
very sorry. I'm very sorry. I will go into my shame closet and I will not return for many days.
I'll be right back.
That's right. Sea Science, could you stop? Oh, Gangster Ghost isn't around, so I can swear. No, I'm just joking.
No,
Sea Science, can you please stop bull crapping us and like just give us numbers that we can work with instead of tens of thousands and handfuls? And I mean, like, that's great that you're trying to like stack the narrative to suit you as best as possible by saying the word handfuls, but it's not very scientific of you to use the word handful. I don't.
so
What was it? There's the milliliter, there's the liter, there's the
no, there's the
deciliter, and then there's the handful. That's
there,
an objective scientific measurement.
there's the nanometer, the millimeter, the centimeter, the decimeter, and the meter. Then there's the kilometer.
Then there's the handful.
Then there is the handful. So,
Right.
because Sea Science said earlier in his comments, we only have a handful of fossils from a handful of fossils. No,
There's
there
only a
are.
handful of evidence to support your claim. It's like, okay, let's see the handful of evidence to support your claim that this magic man just poofed into existence and created everything apropos of
Oh,
nothing whatsoever.
no. But
Would you
Aiden,
two?
you have to understand. So, you know, deserts. There is sand. There are only a handful of sand uh, particles in the desert because when you scoop your hand into the sand and lift it up, that's a handful.
That's true.
So, I
That's
mean,
true.
evolution 0 1 to me.
Oh my gosh. All right. I am.
No,
I'm convinced. So,
good.
Sea Science, would you two be willing to entertain? No. See, I'm not even going to finish reading the question because I can already tell you're not answering what we said earlier. Stop running around with these vague terms and give actual numbers to substantiate your claim. How many ERV sites are there? And what actual number of like ERV sites do we share with chimps? Give me numbers. There are just over 200 claimed like ERV sites between humans and chimpanzees. The logic you use to feed it is by the science. Well, what scientific paper are you citing to say that? See science. Also, just over 200 is not a number. Like a specific number would be appreciated. Because science doesn't typically deal with, oh, it's about this, it's roughly that. No, they deal with like actual specific numbers that can be quantified. Typically, I guess not with sea science. With sea science, we can just be like, yeah, there's a bushel of evidence there, and I guess that bushel of evidence can go against the hair's breadth of truth that I have to deal with. It's just gobbledygook.
I would
A
like to
bunch of
throw
You know
this.
what you got, sea science? You got yourself nothing but a bunch of draggle, boy.
So first of all, what sea science is doing is every claim that we explain is false. Like for instance, the fossils. When I had answered that and explained why, even though it's false, even if it wasn't Kitty Mama. Who the F is Kitty Mama? Never mind. He didn't answer my response. He didn't come up with anything saying that was wrong and why. Humans and chimpanzees share 205 out of 214. 205 out of 214 specific endogenous retroviruses in
But I
certain
thought there
sites.
was tens of thousands of retrovirus. Oh
Yeah,
wait,
they only share a
wait.
handful.
There's tens of thousands of endogenous retroviruses across species, not in this specific example that's being cited. So it's almost like he's using dishonest terminology to try and conflate. I wonder why he didn't use specific numbers. It's almost
Yeah,
like he's trying to sneak a bunch of garbage past us and trying to get us to
could
accept it.
be.
I don't
I
know.
mean,
Oh,
So there's 205 out of 214 endogenous retroviruses are shared between humans and chimpanzees. That sounds like a handful to me. That
yeah,
doesn't sound. But what about
that's
deviant? But deviant. What about the 9 that we
95.8.
don't share? What about the 9 that we don't share, deviant? What about those?
Yeah, what about the 4.1% we don't share? What about them? Over the
You caught us,
last.
C science. Would you be willing to entertain the notion that there is another explanation for the handful of like ERV sites between humans and apes? Of course, I entertain the possibility. The
See, science,
notion can be
stop
entertained, but
being.
until you come up with a better explanation, that isn't
See,
just, oh, it
what
was
do you mean?
designed. No,
See?
in science, design does not satisfy any definition of a scientific explanation.
Stop. See, science, read that sentence again. It was perfect English. You are speaking English, aren't you? Because you are kind of writing it. You do understand English. How can you say C 205 tilde 214? 205 out of 214. Read what Sutkettle is writing.
Yeah,
And
he's trying to
don't
say
use it. Don't
205
say,
to 214 as though like that's the amount
yeah,
out of tens of thousands.
come,
No, there's
come and join us in reality, sea science, for all of Sinu's sake. And sweet baby Sinu will bless you. Oh my goodness.
what happened?
No, it was back in the.
I'm getting a little seasick of sea science.
Yeah.
Oh,
See,
oh,
that was funny. And that was like actually clever and like come on, sea science. If you're gonna like be here and just like be a clown, you can at least be a funny clown and not a sad clown.
I mean, Puddles is the most popular clown that's ever existed, and he's a sad clown.
What? Oh, it's
The human
Brianna.
genome. Yes, that's right. The human genome
Oh,
has 100,000
hi,
ERV
Brianna.
else loci resulting from proliferations of 50 independent error versions of the genome from free living exogenous retroviruses.
What?
I think C Science is trying to quote mine some scientific paper of which he has
Yes,
still not given the name of.
and which he has not read.
Yeah, Brianna actually has a bachelor's degree in biology, so maybe you'd want to talk with Brianna C Science.
No, he does not want. But
She's actually gone to school
oh,
for this stuff.
I don't want to talk to see science.
What? You don't want to waste your time explaining that the grass is green instead of blue?
but
I
why
can't believe
not?
it. There's other articles that claim far more sites.
Are intellectually dishonest.
I can't
And
believe
I
that you
would
call
also
C
like to
Science
say,
intellectual.
so Seaside, did you notice? I wish kind of, but I also don't. But I kind of wish you were in here, because arguing with someone in chat or having a conversation with someone in chat is kind of ridiculous for everyone who's listening.
Also, notice how
Uh,
the number has changed. I just wanted to say, notice how the
yeah,
number has changed. It was tens of thousands of sites before. Now it's over 100,000 sites. I'm sure that the next time we ask C Science, it'll be
no, no,
there's
no, no,
10 million sites.
no, no, no. That there, he doesn't says it's more than. He says tilde.
There's roughly
Yeah,
100,000 then, which
yeah.
is still a different number than tens of thousands. You'd probably just say 100,000 off the bat rather than tens of thousands. At least that's
And
like
and
what you'd do if you knew what you were talking
but
about.
realize that, what does it say? I uh I'm glad she is a
I love how you
biologist.
put
And
biologist in quotes. Like,
yeah.
yeah, the university that she went to and got her degree from makes her a quote unquote biologist. Meanwhile, you suckle at the teat of a fake doctor who got his doctrinal degrees from a place that's now a dormitory. Give me a break, C Science.
This is the website he
Oh,
made.
kitty mama. I do love your kitty mama, but we're not knocking him like this. We are telling him the actual scientific explain it to him, but it is very difficult to do so in a respectful manner when he is being completely ridiculous. But I do love your kitty. I can only see a teeny tiny little head, but I do love it because it's a kitty, and I do love kitties.
This is the
And he
website
looks
he made.
very, very sweet.
Thank you for pulling it up, Gangster Ghost. Do you want to pull up the part? Can you control F and look for 100,000? One
Well,
zero zero comma zero
I
zero
can,
zero,
I
so
can,
we can
I can,
we can hopefully
I.
track down this particular part that
It's
he's looking at and
it's
looking at
just
it in the context.
it's just under. I've already found it. If you go down to where it says introduction,
Introduction.
you can see on this page you have abstract and then introduction.
I'm gonna go grab a beer.
Also, do so.
Oh, which one is introduction?
No, if you go up,
Yeah.
or you can see on to the right, you see on this page,
Oh, right here.
the second. Yeah, right, exactly.
There it is.
There it is. You see it on this. Excuse me for a second. Sorry. Proves she knows nothing about bio. But sea science,
Oh, sorry.
do you realize that biology
Oh.
includes evolution, or rather, it makes use of the theory of evolution.
No, I'm pretty sure Brianna, when she went into her class and became a biologist, I'm pretty sure she was taught that things just poofed into existence one day and then everything got on a boat. And that's why we have the massive amount of diversity in species that we have because of super evolution.
You know, I took religious studies as well, right?
Yes, but I have a feeling, I have an inkling that the religious studies and the biology were like separated from each other
Mm-hmm.
because they're slightly different academic disciplines.
So I before we go on to read the introduction, I would like to say what I was trying to say earlier, which is
Go ahead.
that dang you, Aiden, you get me off my track.
I'm a bad person,
Oh
I admit
yes,
it.
yes. What I know, but we all know that. But we love you anyway. It's okay. Uh, again, ADHD, Aiden.
The A stands for Aiden.
Yes. The D stands for deviant.
The H
Anyway,
stands for Hovend.
no. What I was gonna say is, I tried earlier when the reason C Science brought up uh, endogenous retroviruses is because I told him that even if we threw out fossils, which he couldn't deny, I said, even if we throw out fossils, that would not have any effect whatsoever of the truth and the power that lies within the um, the theory of evolution. What?
I mean, I have a question for C Science. C Science, do you literally buy into Noah's flood? Like, do you think that the flood actually happened? And
But wait. I know I'm taking 100 years to get there, but it's only because I think it's important. But I have a really hard time to focus, and I'm trying to go back to it in my mind. So I apologize that I'm very rambly. Even if we throw it out, it doesn't matter. C Science said, oh, they think genetics disproves evolution, or proves evolution. It actually disproves it. And then he came, or they came with this claim. I think C Science is a he. Um, with the endogenous retroviruses later on, when I pointed out that they actually don't answer any of our claims or any of our debunks. Note that genetics isn't endogenous retroviruses alone. It's part, but they are not equal. It's not the same. So again, I'm kind of married.
Aw.
I'm with my God, with my love, with my love, with my soul.
Miss Outcast, what if you fall into another dimension where you and Soda are married and your son is Aiden?
You should ask Aiden that question.
And what would you do, Aiden?
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we
Yes.
can hear you.
Okay, cool. I I have not been listening. I'm going to read something.
Okay.
There are around 30 partial or full-length human-specific ERVs, and somewhere between 100 and 200 human-specific solo LTRs, which are ERVs where the flanking LTRs have recombined, excising the coding sequence in between. Almost all of these are in the HERV-K, which is the HML-2 clade, so they are very similar in size and sequence. A solo LTR is about 1 kilobase long, and a full-length HML2 provirus is about 10 kb. So 30 times 10 kb plus 200 kb equals 500 kb. So there is a mass of about 500,000 base pairs of human-specific ERV sequence. The vast, vast majority of the rest is also found in chimps. 8% of the human genome is, about 8% of the human genome is composed of ERVs and their relatives, the LTR retrotransponds, which would be 240 million BP, 8% of 3 billion BP. 500,000 BP is 0.2 of that, so about 99.8% of human ERVs are also found in chimps. We can round that down to 99%, though, if you want to be super conservative about it, see science.
Oh.
204 ERVs being alike out of our human 100,000 ERVs. No, that's not what we said.
It's not what we said.
Oh.
And
I also didn't say 95.7, nor did I say 95%. I said 95.8%. It's very important. It's actually 7.79 something. So I did round it up. I'm actually not being serious about that last part. It's not important whether or not I said 95.7 or 95.8.
95% is too charitable for sea science. It's a 99.8% similarity that's found between them. They're virtually indistinguishable from each other in terms of endogenous retrovirus. And by the way, the fact that we share any endogenous retroviruses at all is a smoking gun for common ancestry, because you can't just get those endogenous retroviruses. Aren't like the flu, see science. You don't just like sneeze endogenous retroviruses onto another creature and then all of a sudden the ERVs go into the genetic sequencing and become integrated into the whole. It's not how it works. The fact that any ERVs whatsoever, let's just say that you're right. Let's just grant C science is 100% right here, and it's like 0.02% of all ERVs are shared between humans and chimps. The very fact that 0.0204% would be shared indicates that at some point in the past, humans and chimps shared some form of genetic code, that there was genetic code that we have in common with each other. That completely throws your idea that we were specially created and share no similarities with each other in terms of being specially created out the window. Or does the God of the Bible just sit over every single animal with a screwdriver and a hammer and determine, yes, the chimpanzee shall have a 99.8% similar ERV, thus saith the Lord?
Yeah, because he wanted us to throw us off our game. He's trying to trick us. Wait, what?
I already answered your question earlier, C Science. If you weren't listening, that's not my problem. Would you be willing to entertain another explanation for the 204 like ERV sites? It's not anyways, 204 like ERV sites between humans and chimpanzees and common ancestry. Once again, see science, yes, I would be willing to entertain, quote unquote, that, but the only way I'd be willing to entertain that is if you came forward with a scientific explanation that was more comprehensive and that had a larger body of evidence to support it. You're not doing that. What you're going to do is you're going to say, oh, well, my proof is magic. My proof is a magical man came down from the clouds one day and poofed everything into existence because he dallied to do so that particular moment in time. I don't believe that, see science. I don't see any scientific evidence for that. And until you present that scientific evidence, I'm not willing to entertain it insofar as taking anything that you have to say seriously, barring you actually presenting that information.
You have to be kind of impressed though that sea science. I have no idea what kind of education sea science
See,
has, but it's not just one. So evolution and the fact of evolution. And yes, I use the word fact because in a colloquial sense, that is the matter of fact.
Oh, hi,
and
Oh,
Josh. Josh, are you
hi,
here?
Josh.
oh, Josh,
Are you
are
here,
you
Josh?
here?
See Science says, write into Google, how many ERVs do humans have? Then write in, how many ERVs do chimpanzees have? Hey, See Science, I'll save you approximately one Google
Hello?
search and combine those two together. Type into Google, how many ERVs do humans and chimpanzees share? See Science. Why don't you type that into Google and get back to us on the answer?
Okay, hi,
Can you guys hear
hi.
me?
Yes, very. You're
You're very
not.
muffled.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're
I have
talking between a pillow.
I have a question.
Can you increase your volume in some way or speak closer to the mic? It's very difficult to hear
He
you.
might be in a vehicle.
Is that any better?
No, but
It's
it's okay. If we're
it's
just
audible.
quiet, we
It's
can hear
audible.
you.
What about now?
You're good. You're good. Ask your question.
So I have a question, Aiden. Maybe you can help me out. Um, so right, we all know that in order to have a human offspring, you need a male and a female. We're
Correct.
not at the point where we're cloning each other. So
Right.
it just seems like evolution would just have to work out perfectly where one man evolved at the exact same time that a woman evolved and they just so
What do you
happen
mean
to be
evolved?
at the exact same place at the exact same time. And
Well,
there's
it was an
Wait,
entire population.
wait,
It was an
stop, stop,
entire
stop, stop, stop,
population.
stop.
Hold on,
No, stop.
Deviant.
No, no, no,
He
no, no,
asked
no, no.
me,
Hey,
but no,
no,
he
this
asked
is.
me.
Yes,
No,
I know, but there is one thing I need to
Deviant, let me hear
clarify.
from
I
Aiden
need some.
first. Let me hear from
I
Aiden
know.
first,
I
please.
need just clarify. I need to ask you to clarify what you said.
I think Aiden, you understand my question?
I do, but I'll let Deviant clarify. Go ahead, Deviant.
No, I'm not going to clarify.
You're
I need
asking for
Josh to clarify.
clarification.
Yes, yes. So Josh,
In the Bible account,
no,
Adam is
must stop,
created.
stop, stop, stop.
I'm clarifying.
No, but no, you don't know what I need to have
Yeah.
clarified.
Well, I
So
only said
I'm,
one thing, so
yeah,
Oh my
I
gosh.
know.
Just let her ask.
Did you said? Did you say? Uh, because I had a bit of a hard time to hear what you said. Did you say a man and a woman had to evolve at the same time, or a male and a female? Because males and females are within main almost all of there are exceptions, but all species both within the flora and the fauna. Are you talking about humans, human male and female?
Yes. I think that's what he's talking about. I
Is
think that's what he's talking about. Josh, can you clarify?
I just like if I want to have a baby, I need a woman. So I'm just saying that
Okay.
these two need to exist at the exact same time in
Okay.
order to
Yeah.
continue a
Okay.
population.
Nope.
Okay.
And
Okay. I
that's
got
fair
you.
enough.
I
Okay.
got you.
So that being said, evolution does not necessarily deal with changes in individuals so much as it deals with changes within populations. So to say that a man and a woman had to have evolved simultaneously, in a very colloquial sense of the word, that is technically correct. But Homo sapiens sapien, which is us, had to have come from a specific group of individuals, most likely a group which at some point in our past became geographically separated from its original group, most likely Homo erectus, Australopithecus, with combination of the two. There was a point in history, much like in the case with Homo erectus and Australopithecus, where a group of a population becomes separated for a prolonged period of time, and the separation that it occurs fosters over a long enough period of time that that one population, say the Homo erectus population that would have split up at some point in the past, part of that population would be away from the original long enough that they have genetically diversified so much that they can no longer directly interbreed with each other. That is speciation. That's evolution. Because they were separated and because that other group where we descend from faced different environmental pressures and had to deal with different population dynamics and different selection dynamics that exacerbated already existing differences within those genes that weren't large enough to prevent interbreeding, but with sufficient periods of time does become large enough to prevent interbreeding. And we see this nowadays with salamander populations. If there is a group of salamanders that become separated from the primary group for a prolonged period of time, there does indeed arrive at a point where the original group of salamanders cannot interbreed with the new group of salamanders because the selection pressures for that new group was sufficiently different to totally differentiate themselves from the original population. So it's not necessarily a matter of, oh, a man and a woman just happen to both pop out at the same time and they just so happen to be exactly alike. It's a very slow selective process that primarily has to do with population groups.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the. So like, let's have a bunch of tomato seeds, right? If I only plant one tomato seed, only one tomato plant will grow at that one time.
Sure.
Yes. But you are aware that the fruit that comes on that tomato plant will then have seeds that you can plant and new plants will grow
Whenever
with
it gets
new
water,
fruit
sunlight,
with
whatever.
seeds.
However,
Oh, sorry. I think you're cutting out. I didn't mean to talk over you.
can you still hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can
now.
hear you.
So what I'm saying is, at one point or another, one person was different enough to be considered Homo erectus, right? At one
No,
point or another, right?
no, no, no. That is actually wrong.
That how is that
Because
wrong?
no, yes, listen. So
If I'm gonna
no,
build
but
a house, I don't
listen.
build all the walls. I put one brick at a time. You build a wall one brick at a time, right?
Yes, you do. But at what point does that wall become a wall and not a brick or a?
That's a good
Uh,
question.
do you see what I'm saying? So
That's a question.
when
That's a question for you, not for me. At what point does it stop being individual, and at what point does it become a macro evolutionary topic?
Well, as I was saying, Josh, You're correct. If it was one single Homo erectus that became separated from the group, then Homo sapiens would have never come around. We wouldn't have existed. You need a large enough population such that several males and several females become separated from the larger population group. And we can see in our genetics there are several points where there were bottlenecks, where a very small amount of males or a very small amount of females existed in the human population. And we can see that reflected in the proliferation in certain genes or the lack of proliferation in other genes within human populations. Like between, I believe it was 8,000 and 5,000 BCE, there is a massive observable genetic bottleneck where the amount of male genes that we see proliferating drastically decreases in diversity. Now, there's
No,
a
but
couple
we're not
different.
talking about 8 people.
That's right. No, at that point in time, it's well above that kind of number. But even in the
Otherwise, we
original
would have
example
died
of Homo
out.
erectus, you would have needed many, many dozens of individuals in order to have the genetic diversity such to even continue a population for hundreds of years, anyways. If you only
But
had a couple of breeding pairs, the inbreeding would get so bad within a few generations that you wouldn't be able to continue the population.
but I would like to uh, point out. I'm so sorry. I'm so scatterbrained. Um, so wait, you said something that reminded me. Um, not bottleneck. Oh yeah, the wall. At what point does this shift happens? It's not the way that uh, one 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 species gives birth to another species. It's that over a long period of time, it's a gradient, a slowly moving, which is why every single one of us is a teeny tiny link in a very, very long and complex chain or tree, if you will. So don't think of evolution as you're having it portrayed in these trees. What they show us are the ones that you can find in like uh, pop science
It's a
articles,
massive
or
oversimplification.
yes, it's a massive oversimplification where you only point out the major breaks or the major splits to show the concept, not the detail. If we were to have a completely detailed map, then every single person who's ever lived would make out. It's like the fibers in the branch, not the branch itself. Am I making any sort of sense to anyone?
Yeah, no, I got
Okay,
I got what you're saying at any
good,
rate, but
good.
um, the idea is that over periods of time, like Neanderthals are a great example of this. There is a certain percentage, Josh, if you are, and maybe you're not, I don't know this for a fact, but if you are of European descent, you almost certainly have a certain percentage of your DNA that we can trace back to Neanderthals.
Aiden.
That is not the case if you were an African. We find little to no Neanderthal genes in Africans whatsoever. That's partially the reason why Europeans have prolific chest and back hair and are able to grow beards the way that they can, and Africans typically cannot. It's because the genetic difference was inserted there by, at one point in time, the Neanderthals, which is a part of it's a part of the history of how we got here as a species.
Oh, Aiden.
Yes.
I
They're
check
an
on
ancestor of ours. Go ahead, Gigi.
I check on 23 and Me. They normally show How much? I don't think I could find any. It says how many. If I have any.
You don't have any Neanderthal DNA?
I don't think so. I checked.
I I would think that you do, considering uh, your lineage going back to Great Britain. Uh, it
I don't
could
know.
be that you have a very small amount. I probably have quite a large amount, uh, given the fact that I am very much a Scandinavian, and I also have the occipital bun is quite protruding. That could also be that my parents hung me up on a wall as a kid, uh, or that I fell down the stairs at many
Oh,
points in my life as a
you're
kid
right.
because I had troubles walking downstairs, apparently.
Oh,
Uh,
sorry about that.
but yeah, I probably have quite a large amount because I'm from Northern Europe and Scandinavia primarily.
Isn't it cool how evolution claims to human and chimp likeness are so malleable? I mean, see, science, we're not the ones that hold dogmatically to a belief.
No,
We're not the ones that. It's such a strange criticism to me whenever people are like, see how the science changed? It's like, yeah, isn't that a good thing?
yes, it's a
Isn't it
very
a
good
good thing
thing.
that when we when we recognize that, some information that we got from a previous source, while it can be valuable, is not wholly accurate or does not provide as comprehensive a picture of how things ought to be done scientifically, like Hippocratic medicine. See,
What about
science. If you went to the doctor and they were like, and you said, "Oh man, I've got a really bad stomach problem and I've got a horrible headache and I'm barely able to get out of bed," and they were like, "Oh, your humors are unbalanced. Just come over here and we'll get you drained right away."
Yeah, you need to
I'm pretty
sit
sure
up
you'd hesitate.
sleeping, otherwise your humors are going to mix and you are going to be sick.
Here, just put this leech on your arm for 3 hours a day and you'll be fine.
what about
No, I'm pretty sure you would hesitate on that. I'm pretty sure you would say, "But wait, haven't we come up with a better explanation for why I feel these things? Hasn't science innovated a
The
little bit
me-
beyond this?" I guess scientific innovation is okay in that context.
the mere
But
fact, sorry,
that's all right.
the mere
it's
fact
fine.
that I'm sitting in Sweden, Aiden is sitting in Canada, Gangster Ghost is in the United States, and Sea Science is somewhere
It's
I
on the
don't know
freaking
where.
moon with how outside of reality his ideas are with reality.
He probably doesn't even
See
believe in the moon.
science
Uh,
transmitting from
but
Tranquility Base.
the fact that we are talking to each other with a near instantaneous uh, transfer of information between us is a testament to the workability of the scientific model. And here you are, C Science, thinking that you know more, that you know better, that you somehow have the answers that the entire scientific um, field has developed throughout hundreds of years. How rich is that?
I mean, I've made this
How
point before.
egocentric is that? I thought
I've ma-
Christians were supposed to be kind of
There's supposed
not
to be a lot of
egocentric.
thing, but it's a choose
Yeah,
your own adventure. The Bible's actually just a choose your own adventure game, didn't you know? It was the original choose your own adventure book. It really was. Um, I believe in this and this and that, but I don't want to believe in this and this and that. That's bad. I'm just going to leave that out. But this and this and that, that's great. No, but I've pointed this out before. These people talk about evolution and about the fields of science that partially derived from evolution, like biology, and they put them in air quotes, like they're just this ridiculous, fraudulent thing that needs to be exposed. And yet, the entire scientific community is perfectly fine accepting the theory of evolution.
Yeah.
Like, okay, maybe there's a couple of outliers that say, oh, that's not true. It's actually Methuselah that put everything there. But pretty sure those people aren't scientists, first thing first. And
Yes.
secondly, if they did come up with the, well, it's actually Methuselah that did it, and they came with like a whole bunch of evidence that somehow, like in a hypothetical universe, overturned the theory of evolution, then the rest
Do
of the scientific community would have to say, well, I guess it was Methuselah that done did it.
do I
Exactly. And
do I ever get a moment to respond? I'm like
oh,
waiting for a
sorry.
moment of like
I'm
silence so I can jump in.
I'm
You guys
sorry.
can start talking.
Go ahead, Josh.
I'm sorry.
If
I'm
you're waiting
sorry,
for a moment of
Josh.
silence, you're going to be waiting a long time, my friend.
Well, I mean, if we're having a conversation, I usually would expect you to make your point and then wait and either ask me what do you think about that or my response. But
Yeah,
Oh, we kind of
I'm sorry, Josh. I'm
we
sorry.
shifted back to sea science. We've kind of been ping
Yeah.
ponging between you two.
I noticed.
Yeah, I'm
But
sorry.
I I mean I guess I get where you're coming from. I just still think that there's kind of like a missing link there. Just from my perspective, the evolutionary claim would be that in different parts of the world there were the perfect conditions, the perfect Homo erectus existed everywhere so that evolution could happen simultaneously.
No,
Does
that's not
evolution
true.
does evolution hold to the position that all of humanity spawned from one place and then spread across the earth, or were humans evolving in South
East
Africa at the
Africa.
so it all
East
came from one
Africa,
place?
roughly around the region of Kenya, Sudan.
Yeah.
That region is where we've found the oldest evidence of human habitation. And there's much evidence to be had
The
that
Horn of
um,
Africa.
yeah, there's much evidence to be had that we spread out and proliferated from that place fairly rapidly, all things considered. It was only a matter of like 10,000 years
Yeah.
from the point where we originated to basically covering almost the entire earth. Now, there are some parts of the world, like New Zealand, that weren't settled until incredibly late in human history. I'm pretty sure New Zealand wasn't settled until the 13th century or something like that by the Maori. So there were parts of the earth that remained human free for a very long period of time, but by about 10,000 BC, almost all the earth was indeed, yes, covered by human habitation. But they didn't just generate out of a whole bunch of different places. No, we came from one specific region and proliferated outward from there.
Yeah.
So this would contradict your position that the perfect amount of breaking off from the original group was happening so that a male and female counterpart existed at the
Why are you
exact same time
inserting terms into
conveniently
our
so that they would
language?
continue a population.
Josh, why are you inserting terms into our language? Why are you saying the perfect amount when we didn't use that term?
No, that's how I'm seeing it.
But
Because
But
in order,
it's not a
uh,
matter of it being perfect. It's just a matter of it being sufficient.
yes. So I think what needs to be understood is that evolution doesn't have a goal. It doesn't. There is no such thing as the perfect, the ultimate being or the ultimate species.
There's no
We are
Ubermensch.
all just, there is no Ubermensch, exactly. We are all just adaptations. We have adapted to our environment to be able to survive in that particular environment at that particular time. As our environment change over many years, and I say that with like the time span of
and
thousands of years at a time. Wait, 3 seconds. Sorry, no, go ahead. I lost my train of thoughts. It's okay. Go ahead, Josh.
Are you there,
Are you
Josh?
there? I think Josh's connection is a bit um, messed up.
Oh. Are you
Are
alright, Josh?
are you there, Josh?
There are. I'll just say something while Josh is trying to reconnect, just so that we don't
Yeah,
have dead air.
yeah.
There is numerous evidences to state that, like, the evolution of upright mobility was not something that just came about because all of a sudden, a quadrupedal ape was like, wouldn't it be nice if I was just able to walk around and use my hands? No, it's not. That's not what happened. The most likely reason for why bipedal motion began occurring in species like Homo erectus is because about 5.8 million years ago, the Straits of Gibraltar, the
Crater?
dam that originally occupied those two straits, this giant span of rock, was broken, and the Mediterranean Sea began forming. And the Mediterranean Sea fundamentally disrupted what is known as the North Atlantic Ocean Gyre. And the North Atlantic Ocean Gyre is a system that doesn't just move the ocean around, it moves the warm water from the ocean around to different regions of the earth. And we see by that displacement and by the changing of these water currents that consequently weather conditions within Africa were massively affected. So you had situations where originally where Africa, and still to this day, large parts of equatorial Africa still play host to massive sprawling rainforests, but almost the entire continent of Africa at one point was once home to a massive sprawling rainforest. And
Aiden.
those regions, just one moment, those regions in Eastern Africa that were once dominated by rainforest gave way to the African savanna that we're more familiar with now. And in an environment where trees are no longer present such that you're able to move around exclusively in the canopy of a forest rather than on the floor, you have to adapt to that new environmental condition. You have to try to um, get any kind of advantage that you can in this new environment. And slowly and surely, the advantage of bipedal motion and bipedal stance was selected for in population groups because when you're dealing with the tall grass of the African savanna rather than the deeply forested environments of rainforests, you have to worry about looking over the grass and seeing what's ahead of you. You have to worry about holding things in your hands that aren't just tree branches. You have to worry about a variety of different circumstances that you wouldn't have otherwise been faced with before. So it's an environmental pressure that caused bipedal motion to be selected for within ape species. Go ahead,
Yes.
DG.
Oh, this is the video he liked us.
So can I just say
Okay.
to continue Aiden's thought there, or to clarify maybe, um, when we're talking about selection, we're not talking. There is often a misconception that we are talking about who is able to mate, who is able to have offspring, in the sense of who is most attractive in the population. But it's more about survivability than the ability to procreate, or the opportunity to procreate. Of course, you have to procreate to create offspring so that there can be others, but you first have to survive. And that is what Aiden is talking about, that the individuals that had the traits that made it possible for them to move around on the ground and not being killed, by other animals or by the natures of or the forces of nature, those were the individuals that survived and passed on their genes. That's all.
This is what
It's
he linked. Do you want to see it?
So,
Is this what Sea Science linked?
Yeah.
Oh boy, I for
so
one am excited. Yeah, let's do
I
it.
love you, Soot.
Let's
Sorry, I
let's watch
had
the
to say it. I
let's
You
love
watch the
want
propaganda.
want me to pause or just say?
Okay.
As a scientist, microbiologist, biochemist, as a geologist,
Neuroscientist.
physician, biologist, and an engineer, I think there is overwhelming evidence for intelligent design in
Hold
nature.
on,
I
pause.
see intelligent design in the history of
Hold
life.
on. Hold on. So the blatant appeal to authority at the very beginning aside, what the hell does a physician have to do with intel? Like, did they just throw him in at the last minute? Like, oh yeah, let's get the physician in here too to kind of pad things out a little bit. It's like when Kent was debating those three professors, and none of them had anything to do with evolutionary. One of them was like, I'm an engineer, and the other one's like, I'm a biochemist.
And one has a mighty mustache.
The mighty mustache. That's right. I love at the very beginning of the video, it just starts out with a flaming appeal to authority.
You serious? This guy was drunk.
I believe there's special creators made everything.
Genetic code of life.
In the molecular machines inside our cells.
In the
Pause.
complexity of life.
In the information.
Molecular machine is a dishonest term. No scientist would use the term molecular machine
no.
when describing the human genome. It's not a machine. It's not. This is my problem. The problem is that humans have a tendency to both anthropomorphize things that don't need to be anthropomorphized, but also as an extension of that, apply our inventions to literally every facet of nature around us. Like in the Industrial Revolution, the thing that the brain was always compared to was a steam engine. You know, it's a steam engine. It makes electricity, and it requires electricity, and it powers things, and it keeps things going, just like the brain. And the computer all of a sudden became the new comparison to the brain when computation became a thing. It's just another example of that. I don't understand why you'd expect us to take it seriously when you're front loading the video with a bunch of intellectual dishonesty.
Sorry.
Keep going. No. It's not you. It's Sea Science. He's the one that provided the link.
So I would like to quickly just tell Sea Science Film Labs that to appeal to authority isn't a logical fallacy in and of itself. It depends.
Yeah,
Can
if an appeal to authority is made off of the basis of the authority has evidence for their claims,
exactly.
and the authority can substantiate their claims with that evidence, I don't see a problem with that.
No,
But for these
it,
people to say, I am this, therefore I believe this, that is an appeal to authority because there's no actual basis for why they think that. They're just using their title to push a narrative at that point. Do you see the difference between those two scenes? I doubt that you do. But I hope that you see the difference between those two things. And I hope your cognitive dissonance can fall away for just a moment long enough to be able to.
I have to say this. Then we need to or then we can continue the video. And because I felt this for a long time now, meaning during this broadcast. See Science. I don't really mean to offend you, but your entire argumentation makes you very uninteresting to have this discussion with, because it's so obvious that you have nothing to fall back on other than what you have heard people like. I'm not saying you definitely are a Hovendite, but like Kent Hovind, because he is someone who throws around this, he doesn't throw around this community, but uh, you don't have anything to base what you're saying of other than, nah, it's not gaslighting. It's not gaslighting.
He doesn't know
I'm,
what gaslighting is. He's just
no.
misusing the term like 90% of the people who use gaslighting. They
Yeah,
just think that,
and
oh,
that
gaslighting means they're doing something I don't like. That's not what gaslighting is.
exactly. And do you know, see, science, because this is what I was talking to Soto about earlier today. Uh, if the theory of evolution were to turn out to not be true, and everything that we know about everything that brings food to our tables, that makes it so that I can sit here and talk to you and to Aiden and to everyone, uh, everything that makes it possible that I have even roof over my head, none of that is true. That wouldn't affect me at all. If there were some other mechanism behind it, it wouldn't affect me at all. You, however, it would affect immensely if it turned out that your faith, that your religion wasn't true, because that would affect your entire eternity. It doesn't affect my eternity.
Yeah, you're the idea that your very existence after this life hinges upon this idea makes you a little bit more invested in your ideas than it makes us invested in ours. So I do think that's a very good point to bring up. But also, I just want to highlight the intellectual dishonesty of Sea Science Film Labs by pointing out the comment he made earlier. The scientific consensus is invented mainly in the atheist's mind. I sure would like to see the numbers that were taken from a select group of biased people that also happen to be scientists. But Sea Science, I thought just a minute ago you said that the fact that all scientists don't agree on things and that science can change, I thought that was a bad thing just a minute ago. I thought you were saying, "Oh, isn't it cool how malleable this science is? Isn't that awesome?" Like in a very sarcastic, sardonic way, as though to like point out that science is somehow unreliable because of that. In one moment, you say that the fact that there isn't a universal dogmatic scientific consensus, you use that as a bludgeon against evolution to say, "Oh, well, that just means they're just making it up as they go along." But then the fact that there isn't a universal scientific consensus is a boon to your argument, and you can try to use that to support, oh, well, not everybody agrees with you, atheists, so how do you know you're right? It just screams of intellectual dishonesty. It really does. You can't hold to one particular position, even in the context of one stream. Like, if you said this in the next live stream, maybe there'd be a chance that I would forget, but you're so blatant with your intellectual dishonesty that it's really quite sad.
As
just
I
I do appreciate the content fodder, though, Sea Science. This has been good content fodder.
Well, did you look? If you paid attention to the website that he is using for his quote unquote scientific journal here, it's from the Archives of Creationists. If you read the about, I'm just going to read this little section. It tells you how scientific this really is just by the first line, but I'll read it. It's like a paragraph. But documenting the scientific theories of intelligent design. I didn't even know that was a branch in anywhere other than AGI and discovery and yada 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 and special creation. The theory of evolution is a stain on our world's scientific history. It has caused many Christians to doubt their faith and must be exposed for the lie that it is. That is not to say that small changes do not happen among animals, but anything past that in the evolutionary story cannot be observed, repeated, and is not scientifically true. AOC was created to share the genius of the book of Genesis, share its fundamental message of the gospel, divulge deep into real science that has somewhat replaced evolution already. Join us as we journey into the truth of God's word and the word of the prophets as we explore how much incredible knowledge has been removed from America and our schools and around the
Wow.
world. And that truly supports what we read in the Bible. Seriously, you're talking about atheist
That
bias.
sounds like an independent source.
Yeah, that's like, let's handpick this one to exactly say, because I mean, I was looking. If you look at some of the other articles, which the second one I see is Bill Nye gets mad at or angry at what's his face, Ken Ham, which he really didn't get angry. He was more disappointed and shocked that that Kent Ham was pushing science aside and pushing, fairy tales. That's what
No,
he
but you
was
need to
upset
understand,
about.
Azo. If they say that Bill Nye gets angry, though, they'll get more clicks and
No,
they'll
no,
get
I know
more
that.
views.
He did get angry, but over the stupidity that was being mentioned by Ken Ham, let's be real.
The fact that atheists remove all creationist material from YouTube shouldn't leave you blinded to this short video. How are we removing it? Like, first of all, removal implies that we're making it no longer exist, and by showcasing the video, that's kind of the opposite of removal, see
Right.
science. I don't know if you know how words work.
And
I think
science.
Deviant was talking about how you know the English language. I'm starting to doubt that, though.
What I mean, and this is your link. We're critiquing it, and all of a sudden you're backpedaling really fast. See science. So before you start saying everybody else is being super biased, look in the mirror, dude. I mean, I like you, other than with your pseudoscience nonsense, but Deviant's back. Yay, she got a sweater.
Yay! Oh, I put it on inside out and front back. That's interesting.
Oh no.
I am a grown person, okay?
Okay, that's
Odian asks Aiden, do you read poetry? Well, once upon a Friday dreary, while I sat here weak and weary, upon many a stream of forgotten note, while I pondered, nearly lapping, suddenly there came a join notification of somebody silently tapping on my StreamYard room.
you serious? Oh, Azo, here's a video of this guy. We know he was around while like a couple years ago. His name was Skyler. He's a crazy guy.
I've seen the one you had up, Skylar versus I forgot who it was. You just put it
Aiden.
up. Aiden, yeah, okay. I got that cute. I was gonna go watch it. 'Cause I don't even know who Skylar is.
He was buddies with Mark back in the day until he snapped. He was
He
always
was he leached off of Mark's generosity. He lived in
Yes,
Mark's
exactly.
driveway and stole his electricity he lived in a van in Mark's driveway and hooked it up to his house and just kept taking his electricity and went into his house and showered whenever he wanted and ate his food and basically just leached off of Mark the entire time and then had the temerity to get in Mark's face and jab his finger in his chest and act like he's going to kill him and make a slitting motion with his throat. So Mark ended up picking him up and physically throwing him out of his house.
with his
And that was that.
hands.
I just love how Aiden and Deviant get about this video. I mean, all that we're pointing out, C Science, is that it's intellectually dishonest to say, I am a physician, therefore, and I think that intelligent design is real, because, as we said earlier, the difference between that and pointing to a scientific consensus is that in a scientific consensus, scientists can actually point to evidence. Scientists can point to proof. You can't point to proof or evidence. You're just making an appeal to authority because there's nothing actually backing what those people are saying besides just their credentials. That's an appeal to authority, see science. So that, plus the whole nano machine or whatever gobbledygook they used earlier, it's not a term that you'll actually find biologists using. anywhere. No one's going to call the gene or the DNA a machine in a scientific setting, if nothing else than for colloquialisms. But then again, sea science thrives on colloquialisms. It
So,
really
Aiden, what you're
does. The
saying is that,
colloquial definition of theory, the colloquial definition of science, the colloquial definition of this, that, and the other thing. That's all he relies on.
yeah,
I
but they
would
got
be
big
very
words on this
interested in
website,
know.
Aiden.
I
I
oh,
showed you
sorry.
it's a documenting the scientific theories of ID and special creation. There, he wins. We can't defeat that.
Oh,
I would
man.
be very interested in knowing because so I see sea science doing what I'm become very acquainted with in these discussions. He's talking about the consensus from your own biased atheistic mind. And I have to ask you, sea science, and I would like you to answer, and I hope you will. If our bias is our atheistic mind, what is your bias? And what would change in your life if you were to actually, let's say, let's pretend, to use language that you might jime with. Let's pretend that evolution was a fact, as it is. But let's pretend that you also knew that. What would change in your life? How would that affect your life? And then tell me, could there be bias somewhere in there?
No. No. See,
No, no,
seaside,
no,
what you
no,
don't
no, no, no. I,
understand,
I, I
deviant.
would, I want him to answer actually. But go ahead, Edian.
What you need to understand is that sea science is the first human being in the 6,000 years that this earth has been around that has been able to totally divorce himself from bias. There's no bias to be found at Sea Science Moonlight. The idea that he's directly invested in these ideas because the idea that he has some eternal life waiting for him and that he can be specially rewarded for this kind of behavior in the afterlife for it, that has nothing to do at all with why he's saying the things that he's saying. That might
My,
exist, but he's divorced himself from that, Deviant. You need to understand.
of course, but he actually asks,
So he
what was
evolved.
the question? And the question was, uh, if it were to be that you accepted evolution as the fact, let's say you came across some evidence or a bunch of evidence that finally made you say, okay, I was wrong. Don't focus on what Aiden was just saying. Just take my question. Okay, I was wrong. Evolution is a fact. What would change in your life? And then ask yourself, is there potentially bias to be found there? Bias of yours? Because you were saying what's intellectually dishonest, quote unquote, is the biased atheistic mind. So what would your bias be? That is my question. In this particular circumstance, if you were to accept evolution, how would your life change? And is there space for bias there? That's my question.
That's correct, Sea Science. I didn't think I was going to say that this entire stream, but you got those words out of my mouth. Evolution is in the belief that all life shares a common ancestor. That's correct. So please answer the question with that in mind. And I'm only almost done my first beer and I'm kind of woozy. I'm such a lightweight. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
But you're such a tiny little boy. I mean, you're a big, strong.
I am
You're a 12-year-old kid
5'8".
who's drinking alcohol. No wonder you're
I'm
drunk.
5'8" of
They stack shit
pure
that high?
tall. You know what, Azo? I didn't think that they stack shit that wide until I met you either. But
Well,
surely enough,
you're right. Just remember, I can still poke you in the eyeball. Don't make me have to hunt you down for all the people you've offended in the world, just so I can poke you in the eyeball and make it all right.
I believe in mutation, which I don't believe is a true speciation. And that's not answering the question. See
No,
science.
but
See
he does
science.
make ... Maybe the character he ran out of characters. Maybe more is to come. I hope so.
Can I try paring down your question, Deviant, and correct
Yeah,
me if I'm
please
wrong
do.
if I get it wrong.
Please do.
If evolution were to be objectively true, what about your life would change? And if anything in your life were to change, would that be a reflection of bias on your part?
Yes. Yes. I was going to say in a direct answer to your question.
Okay. Well, please directly answer. We are waiting.
We can play the video while because I think it's fair to give him the opportunity to think it through sufficiently, because it is a big and it's a big question for everyone. So I think that's fair. We can play the video meanwhile, not to stress him.
Sure.
Embedded in living things. In the operation of the human brain.
In the features of the human body.
In the chicken and egg causal circularity of life.
As a mathematician, I see great evidence of purpose in the universe.
As a molecular biologist, I see evidence for design everywhere I look, pretty much.
Nature is incomprehensible
Pretty much.
without inference to purpose and to intelligent design.
Pause. Pause. We have our answer, and the answer was basically what I thought it was going to be. I didn't. You know what? In a very rare feat of Aiden restraint, I held back my assumption of what C Science was going to say. I thought it was going to be something of this nature, but let me read his answer. I could never believe, quote unquote, all animals are related, but this isn't what I was suggesting your biases were hinged upon. So, thank you,
So
C
that
Science,
is not
for...
an answer to my question.
Well, it is kind of in a way. In
Well,
a
it's
way it is.
very
It's not a
roundabout
direct
way.
answer.
No,
But
it's a way for him to not answer the question and still think that he does answer the question.
correct.
This is just preserving himself from actually looking inside. And see, science,
Correct.
I will say this. You don't have to give us an answer. You can sit and just mull it over for yourself, but please, just, there is nothing dangerous about asking yourself these questions. I constantly question myself, question my thoughts, question my decisions, question what I believe is true and what I don't believe is true, constantly. Just this morning before I fell asleep, the last hour of it, I was going through hundreds of questions and putting myself to the edge, because that is what I do constantly. It didn't do anything to me but made me happy.
So, I just want to reply.
I'd never be stupid enough to believe. But see, science, see, the premise for the question was that you're just hindering yourself from
Correct.
actually going further and ask
Correct.
yourself, Is there possible bias in what I take for true? Is there possibility that I see Science Film Lab, has a bias? That is my question.
Can I please say something?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. What C Science said, and you're correct, the very premise of your question was ignored in his answer, which is why it's not a direct answer. He said it is absolutely a direct answer. No, in order to directly answer a question, you have to adhere to the premise of the question, C Science. You can't just go outside of the premise and say, no, does not compute 404 cscience.exe is not responding. That's not a sufficient answer. But what it does highlight, as far as an answer is concerned, is the fact that we are not engaging with an individual who is intellectually honest. And that is the smoking gun, because an intellectually honest person can put themselves in the perspective of something that they do not believe in for the sake of a Socratic dialogue and entertain the opponent's position, if not for anything but a hypothetical. And C Science has demonstrated in his answer to the question that he cannot even extend the basic decency of adhering to the premise of that question, and therefore cannot engage in a Socratic dialogue about this. C Science, you have admitted in your answer, indirect as though it might be, that you do not approach this in an intellectually honest sense. If you were capable of even hypothetically inserting yourself into the position such that you thought evolution were to be true and provided an answer from that point forward, then I would be able to respect your answer as intellectually honest and would be an actual direct answer to Deviant's question. But I agree with Deviant. I think that you are so genuinely goddamn afraid of the idea of evolution being true that you have cordoned off that part of your mind. You prevented yourself from seeing that hypothetical. And you've said, no, that can't be true, because if that's true, look at all the other. It highlights the exact thing that Deviant Outcast was talking about. Your entire worldview hinges on evolution not being right. So if you have to reevaluate that, even in a hypothetical setting, that means that you have to start digging a lot of skeletons out of your closet and evaluating a lot of things about your worldview that you probably wouldn't have critically examined and really delved deep into looking at otherwise. Aiden lacks intellectual honesty because Aiden claimed I was appealing to authority. Yeah, that's great. That's a non-answer to what I'm saying. I'm not even going to read the rest of that statement. No. It's just a total distraction into nothing, C Science.
Oh.
Good try. I know you're grasping at straws right now because I'm deconstructing the very center of your worldview and the intellectual honesty that lies in the heart of it.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to fall for it, C Science. Sorry, buddy.
Aiden, what do you think of this video PGs are going to make? I just wanted to show you.
Did you watch the video? I stepped away for a second. Great, C Science. That's wonderful. I don't think you did. I'm gonna make a bold claim here and say that you didn't step away. You're just saying that so that you can claim ignorance about some of the points that were made in the conversation. I'm gonna make that claim. Prove me wrong, C Science. Prove a negative. Aiden. Even though no one's ever been able to do it in all of human history, prove me wrong. Prove a negative, C Science. I'm looking forward to it.
Aiden, look at this. PG's making a show about how Catholics stole from paganism.
Wow, and I'm sure he's going to talk about. I'm sure he's going to talk. Just a spoiler alert, everybody. He's going to talk about the Council of Nicaea, and he's going to talk about how Constantine oversaw the Council of Nicaea, and Constantine was a pagan, and therefore that's why Christianity and Catholicism is based off of pagan. They're so predictable. They really are.
And also, let's not pretend that it's true that Judaism, from which Christianity springs, originally was quote unquote pagan. religion. Never mind also the fact that paganism is everything and anything that is
Yeah,
not Judaism and or
pagan
Christianity.
pagan is an innovation of the 6th century Roman Empire. You
Yes.
never see the word pagan come up before that, and the reason for that is because the Christians wanted a word to derogatorily describe every single religion in the Roman Empire that wasn't theirs. If you actually look at the word pagan and its context, it's basically the equivalent of calling somebody a hillbilly or a redneck, because the vast majority of people that stuck with classical Roman Hellenistic religions were people in the 6th century that were not living in the cities. The cities were some of the earliest epicenters for Christianity in the Roman Empire, and that continued to be the case until roughly the 8th or 9th century, where you still have remnants of pagan, quote unquote, communities still existing. So pagan doesn't effectively mean anything whatsoever. It's just a made up term by Christians. You're correct, Deviant. What's the latest driggle draggle out of sea science? And running away from the opinion of scientists that think intelligent design makes more sense. I mean, we're literally playing the video that
Yeah.
shows your opinion. We're showcasing your opinion. We showcased your article from your biased website. We're not running away from anything whatsoever, sea science. You made the claim earlier that atheists go around reporting creationist content on YouTube, and yet never once in this entire discussion did I need to make the claim that you were motivated to report any atheist content. I never felt that need. I never felt the need to ascribe some negative, malicious motive to your cause in this argument, sea science. So why did you feel the need to ascribe one to mine? It's almost like you don't have an actual point to substantiate your argument, so you just need to run to basically a combination of incredulity and false claims that we're doing things that I can provably show you I have not done. And I can provably show you that because YouTube has a report history feature.
Are you serious?
That's correct. Like cosmic evolution, Aiden. Oh yeah, cosmic evolution, the word that was used colloquially in that one article that you cited, and of which when I actually read the article and looked into the article itself, overwhelmingly supported that the term was just being used as a shorthand to describe cosmic quote unquote evolution, to just be the process whereby the cosmos changed over time. Because in that context, cosmic evolution, I have no problem with whatsoever. And I didn't have a problem with it in that article either. If you want to use cosmic evolution colloquially, that's perfectly fine. But if you want to act like cosmic evolution is some sort of scientific term that people use in order to describe a scientific theorem, then I will say that that is false and that you're inserting things into places that they should not be. The one article that you found where that term was used, I read the article, sea science. I read it out loud to the entire crowd. And everybody that was there, for some reason, except for you, including other creationists, by the way. It's not just this example of atheist bias like you constantly harp at. There's plenty of creationists in that room too. And you were the only one that thought that cosmic evolution was being used scientifically rather than colloquially in that context.
What do you think, Asshole?
I don't think you can get anywhere sea science.
No, I'm not really trying. I'm just trying to do content fodder off of him right now, honestly.
No, I realize that.
I
I'm
approach
just
sea science the same way I approach bubblegum.
Yeah,
I'm
I was
not
like,
trying to have I'm not trying to have a serious conversation with either one of them. I'm just basically using them to sharpen the sword, so to speak. They're good training. You know, I think sea science and bubblegum make good training wheels for argumentation.
I mean, sorry, sea science, but more theist scientists, regardless if they're physicians or biologists or geneticists or on and on and on, accept evolution, and that's becoming increasingly every by the day. And for you to use this video as your backing when it's clearly very biased, very pseudoscience in its premise, even the website, just by reading its description, shows that it's a pseudoscience. If I was a theist, I would go out of my way to find say, since it's all the atheists' fault, and a bunch of atheist scientists all sitting there saying, "Oh, evolution's nonsense." Then we
Was
might be talking.
wasn't
Not
there something in that description about proving creationism or something like that?
let me see here. Documenting the scientific theory. Oh, the scientific theories of ID and special creation. Of course, the evolution's the stain. Uh, it has caused many Christians to doubt their faith and must be exposed for the lie that it is not the small changes, or that small changes do not happen among animals, but anything past that, which I don't understand past what. What's considered a small change according to this website? I haven't figured that out yet. A story cannot be observed, repeated, and is non-scientific or true. AOC was created to share the genius of the book of Genesis, share its true foundational message to the gospel, and
Right.
go deep into
So
neuroscience. There you go.
as we see, it's a presupposition.
Right.
It's a Genesis is true, and therefore we need to show that Genesis is true. We're trying to showcase the genius of Genesis. So you start with a presupposition that Genesis is true, and you work back from that point forward. That's not scientific sea science. Do you understand that presuppositionalism is like some of the biggest stumbling block of genuine scientific process? Because when you put the cart before the horse by presupposing something, you cordon off any actual evidence that will go against that presupposition. You deny yourself such a great breadth and depth of information that otherwise, had you not had that presupposition, you would be perfectly capable of seeing. So please explain to me, sea science. Answer this question. How can you presuppose something while being scientific? Please answer that. Quote, how can you presuppose something while being scientific? End quote.
I also like to, because I have spent this time looking up the quote that's on screen at this very moment, which reads, "Intelligent design, as one sees it from a scientific point of view, seems to be quite real." Charles A. Towns, who is a Nobel laureate in physics. He indeed is a Nobel laureate, and he is a PhD in physics from Berkeley University. Uh, I I looked it up, and if we continue to read the entire quote, uh, it's from page 87 in the book Taking Leave of Darwin. It reads, quote, "Intelligent design, as one sees it from a scientific point of view, seems to be quite real. This is a very special universe. It's remarkable that it came out just this way. If the laws of physics weren't just the way they are, we wouldn't be here at all. The sun couldn't be there. The laws of gravity and nuclear laws and magnetic theory, quantum mechanics, and so on have to be just the way they are for us to be here. Some scientists argue that, well, there is an enormous number of universes and each one is a little different. This one just happens to turn out right. Well, that's a postulate, and it's a pretty fantastic postulate. It assumes there really are an enormous number of universes, that the laws could be different for each of them. The other possibility is that ours was planned, and that's why it has come out so specifically." That is the entire quote. It's from Taking Leave of Darwin, which
May I respond to
not
something
written,
Dan said?
which yes, soon, which is not written by um by so the quote is not written by what's his name, Charles Towns. It's from a book by Neil Thomas.
Okay.
So it's not his quote.
Okay.
Yes.
So Dan says, like, presupposing there is no intelligent designer. So you can't presuppose something not to be the case in the way that you're describing. I don't presuppose that there is no intelligent designer. As a matter of fact, Dan, I've said on multiple occasions that I'm more than open to the possibility of a God existing. But none of you ever care about that. None of you ever care to actually remember that part of my position. I'm perfectly fine and perfectly comfortable with the idea of a God existing. That's perfectly fine. So I actually don't presuppose that there is no intelligent designer. I just don't see evidence to indicate that an intelligent designer exists. So why would I presuppose there to be an intelligent designer?
Aiden, I think Tim did. I think he did. Did he?
What's that?
Did Tim say that? I think Tim, the only one who did. Think you could.
I see.
Did he?
I don't know. I don't know if he did or not. But as far as this particular argument is concerned from Dan, of course I'm not going to presuppose that there's an intelligent designer. That is a presupposition. But that to say that I presuppose, therefore, that there is no intelligent designer is an intellectually honest position, a dishonest position. I don't presuppose that there is or is not a creation, that there was or was not a creator. You presuppose that there is. So even if, let's just say hypothetically that that's correct, I am presupposing that there is no creator. How does that make your position any more valid? See, you're invalid too. Oh, okay. Does that make you right? Like, does that make your position suddenly scientific? If I'm ascribing to a position that by that definition would be equally unscientific? What's the point in pointing that out, Dan? I don't think there is one. It is in the modern death of science. Oh, are you talking about the colloquial definition of science? Kind of like how you guys pull up the colloquial definition of theory? Kind of like how Steven pulled up the word theory and the number 2 sign was right next to it because he intentionally obscured the first definition of theory that didn't meet what he wanted it to be ahead of time. That makes you an atheist. That's correct. It is an atheistic worldview to say I do not know if a God exists or not. It is anti-theist to say there is no God and I know that for certainty. I think it's equally foolish for somebody to say that there is certainly no God than it is for somebody to say there is certainly a God. Those are both equally asinine positions in my worldview.
But not in mine. Well, what I want to know is evolution and a salvation issue? And there's a point to my question here.
Of course it's not. Evolution isn't mentioned in the Bible.
So we can agree on that, but and I'm hoping all the theists do too. So why are they arguing with a room full of atheists about evolution and not preaching the gospel or the good news? That's what gets me. And then they turn on their own, claiming the same thing. But yet I haven't heard anybody really preach the gospel other than Christian Pike.
No, that is agnostic. That's not true. You can be an agnostic atheist. You realize that, right? You can be
an agnostic theist.
You can be a Gnostic atheist as well, and that a Gnostic atheist is somebody that says, there is no God, and I definitely think there's no possibility of a God whatsoever. That would be Gnostic atheism. So he says, but Aiden is more than an agnostic atheist. He also appears to be anti-Bible. Could you substantiate that with any actual information, C-Science? Besides you just making that emotional claim, could you actually substantiate that?
I would like to say something to the big compliment of Josh, who was in here earlier, and I'm sorry that we lost contact with him, because he, unlike C-Science, could actually and did so on his own accord, more or less, not 100%. And I hope I don't make him feel I'm misrepresenting him, but he could actually.
Well, wait a second.
What's the word when you? Oh, Aidan, please help me out. We were talking about it earlier. A hypothetical question.
The walls?
Yeah. We
He,
were talking about oh my gosh, now you've got me tripped up. Oh my gosh. What on earth were we talking about earlier? You know what?
it was the question of bias.
Yeah, biases. I have to say
And
something in relation to that, just really quick. Just really quick. My problem is that I've had a discussion with Josh before about Exodus, and I'm pretty sure you were there for that. And when we got down to the bedrock of the discussion on Exodus, and I asked Josh, I said, what would it take for you to not believe in Exodus? What would it take for you to view this as a ahistorical recounting of events? And he basically replied, nothing. Nothing would get me to view it that way because it's a matter of faith for me. And the very same is true for Sea Science here. But you know what the difference is between Sea Science and Josh? Sea Science didn't admit that it was a matter of faith for him. Sea Science is trying to pretend like this is somehow scientific. Sea Science is trying to pretend like he can somehow scientifically explain an entity that by its own admission, according to the scriptures, is mystical and beyond any kind of human understanding.
Which is why I respect Josh. At this very point, as a human being, I of course respect him. I don't
about as a
see he
cat?
has a lower value, but as a conversational, not partner, but not intermediary. Oh my words!
Oh, sorry.
In this very context, I do not respect what he's saying. As Aidan said, content fodder.
Yeah, you give us something to talk about, but that's really all. That's all I view this as.
Yeah.
I don't view this as, oh my gosh, my ideas are on trial right now, and I really have to put up an ironclad defense to make sure Sea Science Film Labs doesn't undermine what scientists have already spent hundreds of years trying to understand. No, it's a fun little side game. I view it the same way that when I'm at the carnival, I'm like, oh yeah, look, a game of darts. I'll go play some darts. And then maybe after the darts, I'll go get some cotton candy. That's about the same level of thought process that goes into this. And Sea Science is in the comments like, Aiden's getting uncomfortable. You see how Aiden's getting uncomfortable? He's getting a little hot under the collar all of a sudden. I'm bringing up these things. And it's just like, dude, oh my gosh, can you try a little harder to try and make this into something that it's not? You are the only person in this room that is convinced that I'm nervous over what's being presented here.
Oh, Miss Outcast, guys, do you respect him as a cat?
Well, if he was a cat, I would definitely respect him.
I'd have a more intellectually fulfilling conversation with him if he was a cat, probably.
100%.
What about? What do you think, Asshole? Are you there, Asshole?
No, he said he was AFK. He was feeding his dogs.
He's JFK.
He's JFK.
Interlocutor.
Why do these scientists believe? Why do these scientists believe in intellectual design? Well, Sea Science, they believe in intellectual design because, as we stated earlier in this conversation, science is not actually a dogmatic system of belief. You can, in the same way that you could be a Marxist atheist, or you could be a liberal atheist, or you could be a fascist atheist. You can be a Christian scientist. You can be an atheist scientist. You can be any political or ideological stripe you want and also practice science.
Ooh,
because science is completely outside the purview of ideological footprints. And if anything, I actually welcome the fact that those people do not believe in the scientific consensus. I appreciate people that challenge the scientific consensus, because if it weren't for people that challenge the scientific consensus, then far less people would have the tools and equipment at their disposal to be able to understand that scientific consensus such that they would be able to refute those going against it. This is the very same thing I've talked about before in relation to, like, flat Earth, for example. I've heard people talk about how we shouldn't debate flat Earthers. We shouldn't have discussions with flat Earthers. They should just be totally excluded from the public square. They shouldn't be allowed to have a voice. I disagree. I think they should have a voice, and I think they should have an opportunity in the public square to present their ideas. And the reason for that is because if they don't, then they're still going to exist. It's not like they're going to go away all of a sudden when you prevent them from having a public forum. That's never happened once in human history. Oh my gosh, I'm not able to talk about this without being censored. Well, I guess I just changed my ideological beliefs then. No, said nobody ever in human history. So, with that in mind, you've got to remember that if somebody is flat Earth and they've been censored from this forum and their positions are no longer available for mainstream understanding, they're just going to go into a bunch of private little forums and go talk to a bunch of people who aren't familiar with flat Earth, who aren't exposed to flat Earth ideas, and by extension aren't exposed to the refutation of flat Earth ideas. So, they should be given a public forum, because that public forum gives utility to both sides. It gives utility to the flat earthers in this example to express their ideas, but it also gives utility to those against the flat earth because it gives them the tools necessary and arms them with the understanding necessary such that they can actually go against those ideas. So please, see science, go ahead and tell me about how much I hate this video and how much I just am afraid of its very existence, in spite of the fact that I welcome its existence with open arms and am grateful for the fact that there is, in fact, a variety of different opinions that are found within scientific discourse. I just don't understand what science is. Dang it. Dang it. This entire time I thought I understood what it was, but
Oh,
little did I know.
did you know that science is a term invented by a theologian?
Oh my God. Well, you know what?
But
I'm a Christian now,
oh
see
my,
science. You got me.
yeah.
You know what? The Big
That's
Bang was also
a really
invented
bad
by a
reason.
priest, so I guess I guess I'm a Christian now. Hey,
It's a really
Richard.
bad
Hi,
reason to become a
Richard.
Christian. Peace and respect to you all. How's everybody going today?
Oh, I'm mostly sitting, but it's good.
Right on.
How are you?
Oh, better than I deserve.
Oh,
Content, happy, etc.
well, I think you deserve that. I mean,
I think
Oh no,
everybody
I've been
deserves that.
not to argue with you, man, but I've been with me my whole life, and you haven't. And and I remember being not such a very nice person on many occasions
that might be. That might be. But
before I
I
grew up. I
still
mean,
think you do deserve it.
well, it's very nice. It's just not true.
Okay.
I don't have
Yes.
enough time to scoot today now, and that fills my heart with sadness.
But I happen to know, maybe I'm putting you on the spot now, Richard, and I don't mean to, but I happen to
No,
know
I
that
like that.
you would like a conversation with Aiden.
Been trying to. We've had a little, talk here and there. It's been
Yeah.
nice.
Oh yeah, by the way, I've got to go, God. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Oh, Aiden, I would strangle you so hard if you. No, I wouldn't. And how
Aiden,
could
give
I?
it a chance. I mean, at least give me a chance to offend you and say something ridiculous before you start ignoring me.
Richard, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I'm well aware.
I'll give you a chance. I'll tell you what. You got one strike and you're out, Richard.
Okay, cool. That's more than I usually get. So what's the video about? What are we watching here?
I think it's supposed to be some kind of proof that sea science knows what words mean.
I'm a gynecologist and I believe in creation.
Do you want me to start the video
That
back
was
up?
unexpected.
Well, it's
Well,
just, I mean, one of them said that they were a physician and they believed in creation, so I don't think it's that much further outside of that wheelhouse. A gynecologist is a kind of physician, aren't they?
Yeah, of
far as I
course.
know.
I just didn't expect you to be gynecologist.
Best
Look,
argument against intelligent design. What are you comparing your observations to? Because if you believe
what?
that it is designed, then you have no comparative.
We have plenty of comparatives.
Say that again?
We design things all the time. Kent Hovind uses comparatives with design all the time.
Well, we I think imitate the physicality in machines, and that's basically it's basically biomimetics on different levels of complexity. We haven't invented anything yet. Like we noticed moths are
We haven't
attracted to
invented
light,
anything?
and we haven't invented anything. We've improved on things that exist.
Yes, that is
That I can disagree with.
Go ahead.
Americium is something that we have invented. Americium does not exist in nature in any capacity whatsoever. It is something that we have only artificially created in laboratory settings.
And how did we do that?
Yeah.
How did we do that?
Yes, how did we do that?
The specific process by which americium was created is something that I don't actually particularly know. I do know, however, that americium does not exist in any capacity in a natural setting.
I
Yes,
actually
yes.
I actually agree fully to what Richard was saying. I would say that it's a a matter of semantics. That not saying it's wrong in any way, but our knowledge and everything that we come up with, it's not sprung out of a nothingness. It's building upon what was there before, what we knew before, what we had around us before.
Sure, but at that point, that is
For
purely
instance.
semantical, though.
Yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah.
to
No.
invent something, in my understanding, is to take those things and provide them in a way that is novel, in a way that has never been done before or observably never been done before. That's to invent something.
So in your example, not that I remember the name of the element, not that that's important. I'm sure we took the next lower element and bombarded it with energy until it transmuted into that element. Am I wrong?
No, I don't think that you're technically wrong about that. I would assume that that would be the case, given what I understand about how elements like plutonium were created. So, sure.
Right.
Forgiveness for money.
I don't mean to change
The
the
false
subject, but
gospel of
here's
works.
the
You
thing about them talk
participate
about
in your salvation
how
by
the
your good
Catholic Church
works.
stole stuff.
The abomination of idols and relics.
Gangster Ghost, would you
prayers for the
pause
dead.
the video
The
before you
perversion
speak?
of
'Cause I
forced
can't hear you.
celibacy.
Yeah, same.
And so it
Same.
goes.
Sorry.
Would you,
Oh,
would
he
you
was
say it
he was
again? I
talking
wasn't
about
able to
how
make
this
out a
is
thing you said.
he was talking about how this is like the Catholics or pagans video from the Proverbs guys. This is what Gangster Ghost was saying. I heard him.
Oh,
wow, that's amazing. I can't believe you could pick that out.
No, me neither. But I'm on this other second, third hand. I can't pick up anything.
Sorry.
So I'm gonna need verification from you, Gangster Ghost. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, it's from the PGs. Their videos right now. They're talking about how the Catholic Church stole stuff that's pagan. What do you think, Richard? Do you think that's true?
I think it's evident that, and I don't consider it theft, but homage to honor and to replicate something that you find to be true. So you could say something like Judaism is a conglomerate of several different ideas from several different religions concretized into a singular new religion, and I wouldn't be surprised and I wouldn't be argumentative.
What do you think of that, Aiden? Do you think it's pagan?
I mean, I think every single meme, and when I say meme, a set of ideas that is transferred through. The Richard Dawkins definition of meme. I think every meme in human history is derivative upon another. I think to some degree or another. I
Another
think that
fine
there.
example of us improving things we already had.
Sure, but a meme is an idea, right? It's not a physical thing. Americium, however, is a physical thing that we can quantify.
And how did we know that americium? Now that I'm learning how to say that and memorize it, how do we know? How did we know that that should exist, or it
Well, we
should
didn't
be
know
able
that it
to
should
exist?
exist.
Yes, we did.
No, we didn't know that for a fact. Until we
Yeah.
actually created the element, we did not know that that element was even physically possible to exist.
That's not true.
That's not true. What do you mean that's not true? Just because we had a hypothesis that stated that this element could theoretically exist, until we
Which was an
actually had
idea.
an isotope of it in front of us. Correct, that is an
Yes,
idea.
we didn't.
Until
We
we
didn't
actually had an
physically have it.
isotope in front of us of that substance, we did not know for a fact that that element actually existed.
No, we had the periodic table, and there was a gap.
There wasn't a gap. The gap that you're referring to is something that existed further up the period. Like americium is much like francium or germanium or any of these other elements that we have artificially created entirely outside of, what exists within insofar as the fact that these isotopes don't exist in nature.
Right, but you're just
there
saying
wasn't
they're
a
not
gap in the way
stable.
that you're describing.
We don't know that they don't exist somewhere else in nature, but in our environment they're unstable. That's what you really mean.
In our environment, they're unstable. That's not necessarily true. Americium, in the isotopes that we have, it is absolutely stable enough. It has commercial uses. Like americium is used in most smoke alarms nowadays and smoke detectors for batteries. Cool. So there is absolutely isotopes of americium that could be stable enough to exist in nature, but they've not ever been observed at any point in time.
How much do you know about this element? Why or how is it different? Why is it used for the things that it's used? How much have you looked into this?
As far as how it's different than the other elements on the periodic table is concerned,
well, it has a different atomic weight, obviously, but other than that, in principle, fundamental, intrinsic values. Why is it special or different or useful?
Well, it has the capacity to be used as an energy storage device, especially in very small quantities. It's able to store sufficient amounts of energy, but it's also a dangerous element in terms of it being used in large amounts. It's radioactive, so it's not like we would be able to replace, say, lithium-ion batteries with americium, because at that quantity it would be dangerous to us. It would be much like radium or isotopes of uranium at that point. It wouldn't be good. But in very small quantities, it is very energy efficient and can be used for energy storage for prolonged periods of time in specific environments.
Any idea what the half-life is?
That I don't know.
Okay. Just curious. Doesn't matter. Just the first time I've heard of it.
No, that's fine. I just think that it's interesting because, the Bible says that all things in this world were created by me, and that's just factually not true when you look at things like americium or germanium or these other elements.
That's a philosophical
that
statement.
nature.
I think you're making a philosophical argument. Like if I said that human beings occur naturally, human beings have natural tendencies. One of those natural tendencies is to create AI. AI is natural. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I don't think that follows.
Why doesn't it?
Because artificial intelligence is not something that is inherent to the human condition.
It's not inherent to the human condition. I think that it is.
I disagree.
Would you say that
I think for the vast preponderance, humans are creating AI. That is indeed true.
Why do we do that?
Why do we do that? Because
Yeah.
the artificial intelligence would serve for specific uses and capacities that we would not be able to utilize otherwise. But that's not to say that we would just inherently arrive at the conclusion that we need artificial intelligence. That's just, I don't think that
Who
that's
said
true.
need? Who said need? You're throwing that in there.
Well, you were acting like the idea that humans creating AI is something that is inherent to our condition, and for something to be inherent,
Apparently.
it means that there is a need for that thing.
No, it doesn't mean that there's a need. It could be a want.
And it could be a want. Well, I guess that's technically true. It
We
could
have
be a want,
inherent
but
desires, wouldn't you say?
do you think that artificial intelligence is the only way that we could solve these problems that we're using artificial intelligence to solve, or do you think that it's just a more efficient means of arriving at those conclusions than what we had previously employed?
My point is, whatever evolutionary process actually happened that caused us, it's in our nature to want to improve things, come to a greater technology, including machines. The eventuality of those kinds of machines would be something like an AI, maybe a physically independent AI would be pretty cool. And, and so I can say it's in our nature to create things like that. That's evidently true. And since one of the things we were creating or trying to create is an actual AI, I have to say it's in our nature to. Where did we get the idea from? Some other place? From? Did we get it from porpoise? Did we get it from octopi? No. No, we cut that idea from ourselves.
We got it from magnetizing disks and understanding that once those disks were magnetized in a binary computational fashion, that we would be able to utilize that computation for certain aims that we wish to accomplish.
Right. It wasn't jumped to, it was built over time. I agree with you, but still our desire to do that is natural. The accomplishment of it is thereby natural.
I don't necessarily. I mean, natural at that point, I think you're using a very, very loose definition of natural. So I guess in the
I think
most
that's just a
loose
cheap
way
way
of
to attack
saying
the
the word
argument.
natural. Pardon me?
Well, what do you mean by when you say natural?
Well, it depends on what we mean by natural. Like, that's just the thing. I could say natural to mean something that only occurs outside of human intervention. That's one way of interpreting natural. Another way is, as you said, just literally anything that has occurred within nature over the course of the history of nature being a thing, that could also be considered natural.
That
But
was
I
a pretty
don't
good
think that.
definition, but I don't think it was too loose. I thought that was quite well defined, and yes, that is the way I'm using it.
Okay. Well, if that's the way that you're using it, then we'll move forward with that understanding in mind.
So, I mean, then I can say something like, what was the name of the element again?
Americium.
Is naturally occurring.
I mean, by that definition, it is naturally occurring through human intervention, sure, but it is not naturally occurring in the sense that we find it outside of human intervention anywhere within nature. That is not true.
No, that would not be true, but I wouldn't say such a thing.
Okay. So then what is the utility of you saying that it occurs naturally for the sake of this argument?
To make the argument that what we do is in our nature, and that carries over into several different topics.
Do you think people can do things outside of their nature?
No.
What is it to do something outside of one's nature?
It's funny. It's like if you're walking down a path and you say, "Oh, I'll do something outside of my nature. I'll take a sudden left." That was in your nature to think of that.
Sure. So
that's what I'm saying. It's unavoidable.
If that's true, if what you're saying, if by nature you mean everything that is within the wheelhouse of human capacity to be able to accomplish, then to be quite honest, I don't see what the utility of saying it's. I don't see the utility of it within this conversation. Perhaps that's because we haven't progressed far enough in this conversation for me to be able to see it. But
or because
yeah, I
I'm
don't
hoping for a
quite see
different conversation, and I'm just trying to prime it.
Okay, well, go ahead.
After all, I want to argue religion.
Feel free.
You know. Well, I mean, I could make any of several assertions, and you could critique them, or we could do it the other way, or we could take turns in like a quid pro quo kind of style.
I think
Whatever your
that's what we've
preference
been
might be.
doing. I think that's what we've been doing throughout this. I think that's suited this conversation perfectly fine up to this juncture.
Certainly, certainly has. Okay. Well, I would give you a little bit of break and let you contemplate whatever assertion you might want to make, espouse, by making an assertion myself. Let's see. What's one that you would be intimately familiar with? Most people would, and could see the value of it. Um, I would make the assertion that, according to the Bible, that the Sabbath day has not yet occurred. I would say
Okay.
that because the Sabbath is the day of God's rest. Mankind is being worked with continuously by God. Working negates resting. Mankind is not completed and God having an opportunity of rest until after judgment. Thereby, there will be no Sabbath of God until after judgment.
May I ask you something based on what you said?
You mean something else aside from the question you just gave? Sure.
Well, your assertion was that the Sabbath has not yet occurred. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, would you agree that in the Bible there is a part of Exodus that describes an event where Moses and his contemporaries find a man gathering sticks on what they describe to be the Sabbath, and that
Excellent
as
observation.
punishment, well, just let me finish. And as punishment for that man collecting sticks on the Sabbath, he was stoned to death. Would you agree that that account exists within the book of Exodus?
Not the way you're reading it, and you're missing an observation, although you made a good observation within that. Okay, so if the Sabbath is of the past, but the Sabbath cannot be of this earth, the Sabbath is of another earth.
But Richard, I just gave you an example of the Sabbath being observed in the book of Exodus.
Well, yes, that is written in the past tense. That is true. So is all of the book of Revelation. Which
Sure, but
obviously hasn't
for you
happened
to have
because we're sitting here talking about it.
But for you to have said earlier that the Sabbath has not occurred yet, and Moses being one of the most preeminent prophets of God in the Bible, maybe you would disagree with that. I certainly think he's one of the most preeminent. They're called the laws of Moses for a reason, after all. He must have had a misunderstanding by your understanding of this,
No,
even though he
no,
spoke with God directly on Mount Sinai.
I'm not arguing against that.
Okay, so then the Sabbath has occurred.
No, the Sabbath to this earth has not occurred.
But yet it occurred such that that man was stoned to death for the crime of gathering sticks on the day of the Sabbath.
Well, your words "stoned and death" may not be the fact of, but only a Christian understanding of it. But that's okay. I'm not here to argue that.
That's what the book describes.
Well, again, I would ask you to dismiss Christianity if you're going to dismiss Christianity. But that's another conversation.
This is Old Testament. It's not Christianity. This is not Christianity. This is Old Testament.
It's always very difficult when someone. People often get offended when I say, "Look, you were raised in a Christian society. You're reading it with Christian lenses. It's not your fault." People get very offended, but I can show you that you are. But that's not this conversation. Okay, so if something is of the past, but it hasn't occurred here, is that a contradiction?
Something is of the past and it hasn't occurred here. Would that be a contradiction? It wouldn't necessarily be a contradiction. Through causality, something could certainly have happened in the past that is not currently happening now.
Correct. And that is all that I'm saying it is saying. If it's consistent within itself, then it has occurred in the past, just not to this planet because we're still here.
I see. Well, that was not how you had originally phrased it. The way that you had originally phrased it was that the Sabbath has not yet occurred.
Well, I could have given you the two-part syllogism and in its completion, which you did essentially end up asking for. But I thought I'd do it one step at a time because you've probably never heard this argument. I was trying to be nice.
No, I'm not. I'm not. And I understand. I'm not trying to be rude when I point that out. I'm just
I didn't
simply
say you
pointing
were.
out that was the. I know. I'm not claiming that you did.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm
I'm
not saying
just.
that you said that I said that.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm not saying that you said that I said that you said that. I'm just trying to clarify that for the sake of everybody out there in the audience, not for you who I
Roger
already
that.
stand that you said that I said that you said that I said that you said that.
Love that game. Okay. All right. So, do you have any refutations?
I have a refutation on the basis of what I have described, and I also have a refutation on the basis of the fact that. Do you believe that the Ten Commandments, as ascribed in the book of Exodus, are still in force today? Do you believe that you're still under the auspices of the Ten Commandments?
I do, and that's going to be misleading to you.
Okay. Do you agree that one of the Ten Commandments is to honor the Sabbath and keep it holy?
Yes.
What is the necessity of continually honoring that Sabbath and keeping it holy if the Sabbath does not exist in a modern context? What is the point of that commandment still being around if it doesn't exist in a modern context?
It's future tense. It's like saying, "Don't forget, I'm coming back for you."
I mean, but that's not the case with any of the other commandments. All the other commandments
Really?
talk about things that are yes, honor your mother and father. Your mother and father
Ooh.
are not coming in the future. Your mother and father are there in front of you by the
I'm
very
going to
nature of the
consider
fact
this
that
your
you're born.
assertion. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. Now,
Thou art the
if
Lord my God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
yes, at this point,
That matters
you're just
right
quoting
now.
different ones.
Yeah, but I'm pointing out to you the fact that
If you
none of
like, go
the
ahead and
other
quote
10
all of them.
commandments. I mean, we can, but I'm simply pointing out to you that none of the other 10 commandments seem to align with this view that you are ascribing to the one related to the Sabbath.
Okay, I get that. Can we talk about it?
Sure, of course we can. You have my permission, Richard.
Thank you so much. I mean, I am engaging with you, so I do need your permission. Okay. If I say to you, just to show you the Christian bias that's intrinsic and not so obvious to you personally, if I say to you, no, I should say it to Gangster Ghost because this isn't your channel. If I say to Gangster Ghost, "Thou shalt not kick me off of your channel," what would I mean by that?
Not to kick you
Are
off
you
the.
asking Gangster Ghost?
No, I'm asking you, Aiden. I just have to use Gangster Ghost because it's his channel.
Oh, I see. I genuinely wasn't sure if you were asking Gangster Ghost. I'm sorry.
Well,
Can you repeat the question, please?
if I said to Gangster Ghost, "Thou shalt not kick me off your channel," what am I saying?
Yes. I believe that you are saying you're basically either making a request or a demand that shall not happen.
Correct. Now, if I said to Gangster Ghost, "Thou shalt not kick me off my channel," does that mean the same thing?
No, it does not.
What does it mean?
It means that you are asking for him not to kick you off of your channel as
No, I don't have
opposed
to
to
ask him to not kick me off my channel. That's goofy. It's not what it means.
what does it mean, Richard?
So one of them is a request or commandment, right? Which is like it's asking that someone doesn't do something they could do. The other
Sure.
is a declaration of inability, stating a fact that they can't do it. Do you see it?
I mean,
I have a.
just because
Isn't the
the fact that you could be asking him not to kick you off of your channel could be
That's
perceived as
nonsensical.
silly. Well, hold on. Just because that could be perceived as silly doesn't mean that isn't a possible explanation for the
Okay,
answer just
with
because it
no
doesn't
humor
align specifically with
whatsoever.
the way that you wanted to carry the argument forward.
If both sentences were made with absolutely no sarcasm or humor of any kind, but meant
Right.
exactly what they say, which I would
It
have
would still
assumed
logically
you would have
stand.
thought that's what I'd meant.
Yeah, and it would still logically stand in either regard. Just because it's silly doesn't mean that it
It's
doesn't logically stand.
it still logically stands, that's fine because it's not self-defeating. I get that. But you can see that in our language, and yes, it carries back to the other languages we'd be referring to. If I say thou shalt not kick me off of your channel, that means I'm making a request of you, or I'm saying please don't, something like that. But if I say thou shalt not kick me off my channel, I'm just declaring you're not capable of it.
Sure, in the context of your argument, I would say fine, and we can move forward with that premise in mind.
Okay, so you can see that it could work. Okay,
It
now
could work, yeah.
Is it true according to the Bible that God can restore a life?
Yes, I mean Jesus did it on multiple occasions.
And can Satan take a life, according to the Bible?
Can Satan take a life? Not without God's authority.
That's correct. It's still on God. Okay, can I take a life?
Can you, in the context of a biblical worldview, can you take a life?
Correct. We're doing
I
an
don't
internal
believe
critique
you can
here.
take a life any more than Satan can take a life.
Correct. That's right. Thou shalt not kill is a true statement. Only God could do that.
But thou shalt not kill applies at any time, at any point in human history. It's not something that just applies to say, oh, you won't kill in the future, in the same way that your claim about the Sabbath would only apply in the future tense.
See, now
So
you've
I
gone
don't
outside
see
of
how
the
that falls.
text. You're applying Christian reading frame, as I said you would.
How so?
But it's outside of the text. The text
so?
simply does not talk about that.
But how am I applying a Christian worldview to the text? You've made the claim. I'd like you to demonstrate it.
You're saying that the proper way to read it, the historic way to read it, the extra biblical way to read it is you should not kill.
No, I'm saying that you should not kill is not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the commandment, thou shalt not kill, applies just as much now in the current present tense as it does in the future tense in that commandment. The same is not true of the Sabbath as you had outlined earlier, whereas in your worldview, the Sabbath does not apply in the present tense, but only in the future tense. So no,
Well,
I'm not
future of
making
this
that.
earth. What do you mean? What do you mean? No, you're not making that claim. Are you saying that I'm reading it possibly correctly, or are you saying that I have to be reading it incorrectly? Thou shalt not kill.
I'm saying that you are applying one standard to one commandment that you are not applying to the other commandment.
They are individual commandments, yes.
Correct,
why that should
but
be a
the
problem.
standard at which you are applying them is not on the basis of their individual commandments, Richard. That's not what I'm trying to point out to you.
That's the Christian lens that you're looking through, yes.
The differential that is to be found between those two commandments is the fact that you are applying one commandment in a present and a future tense, and you are applying the other commandment in an exclusively future tense.
No, as a matter of inability. That's not future tense. That's all tenses of all time.
Yeah.
Miss Outcast. Is it true that Aiden's the Prince of Ball?
The Prince of Ball.
Yeah.
Neat.
It
movie,
could be. I mean,
It is
I
hypothetically
wouldn't rule
possible.
it out.
If he's still living at home, he in fact is literally a priest of Baal.
Nah, I moved out. I'm living on my own.
Fair enough.
Aiden, look at your name.
Look at my name.
He changed your moniker.
Yeah.
Man, I'm on my phone right now, and you know how bad my vision is. You shouldn't be asking me to look at stuff that small. No, I know.
So is it more internally consistent with the Bible?
Can I just go?
Go ahead,
I
Deviant.
would just say that Aiden might not be the priest of Baal, but he could be the priest of Bast if we were to transfer to an alternate universe.
Sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Richard, go
I'm
ahead.
telling you. Sorry. Yes, go on.
Well, first to the last thing that you'd said, so in reverse order. I don't see why I have to read all of the different statements in the Ten Commandments, although that's a Christian idea that they are commandments, as exactly all the same. After all, they're apparently different statements.
What do you mean that that's a Christian idea that they're commandments? Do you think that
It's a
the
Christian.
Jews?
It's a strictly Christian idea that they are commandments. They could be declarations.
That's. I don't believe that's the way that it was phrased by Moses, but
No. What do you mean phrased by Moses?
well, when he comes down from the mountain, he uses those commandments as the law by which he governs those people until he dies at the very verge of the promised land before Joshua takes over.
So, if I were to look into the Hebrew word that the translated word commandments is based in, I'm going to find that it has to mean that it's not a declaration of inability, but it has to mean that it's a righteous command. That's what it's going to have to mean, yeah?
What law is a declaration of ability, Richard?
What law is a declaration? Here, I'll give you one law that's a declaration of inability. You are subject to gravity. There you go.
No, I'm talking
You can't
about
just
a
jump
law in
over
a
buildings,
legalistic
or
sense.
you
I'm
can't
talking
just
about a
jump to the moon.
legalistic kind of law.
Yeah, that's your Christian assumption. I'm not making that assumption.
No, it's the law of Moses, Richard. They were living under the law of Moses. That's not a Christian assumption.
Okay, they're living under the law of Moses. So if I look
And
into
that
the
law of
Hebrew
Moses
word
was
that got
based upon
translated
what?
to law, so if I look into the Hebrew word that got translated to law, I'm not going to see that it could be just a natural situation. I'm not going to see
No, and
that in the
I'm
definition.
asking you, I've asked you, Richard, for a legalistic law that is just a declarative statement. That is a statement along the
No,
lines of which you
you
had
don't need
provided
that in.
earlier because let me finish. The laws of Moses are primarily based off of those 10, whatever you might call them, that God directly gave to Moses on top of Mount Sinai.
In
That's what the
legalism, you
laws of
don't need
Moses are
such
based off.
things. You need
Correct. You don't need such things in legalism. So the idea
correct.
that you're applying those things to a legalistic setting is not appropriate, in my
See,
opinion.
but now you've just assumed that they're legalistic code.
Of course they are, Richard. They're part of the law of Moses.
Okay, so which is more? Let's just do them one at a time. We'll get to all 613 eventually, I'm sure. But for now, let's just look at "Thou shalt not kill." If it's true that God can restore life or damn one to hell and thereby be in death, and I can't do that, and you can't do that, and no one else on this earth can do that, and Satan can't even do that. Isn't it biblically consistent to say, "Thou shalt not kill" is a declaration of inability? I mean, obviously, I could kill someone. Obviously, people have been killed.
But you can only ultimately do that under the auspices of God authorizing you to do such a thing.
You can only do that under the auspices of God. Wait, are you saying that the Bible demands no free will, or are you
Well,
saying there's exceptions in war?
I'm saying that in the same way that with Job, Satan was not capable of killing Job unless God gave him the ability to do so. No man would be capable of murdering another man without God giving them the authority, the auspices to be able to do so.
Right, so you're agreeing with me that it's more consistent within the text that God has to allow that.
Sure, but just because he allows that doesn't mean, as you
Okay.
just yourself pointed out earlier, that it doesn't come from a man's will, that it doesn't come from their free will.
So
just because God has to provide the authorization does not mean that the actual instinct to do such does not spring from that free will, as you yourself had just described.
Yes, we may want to kill someone. We may end a physical life temporarily. That's entirely possible. But we can't actually end someone's life because only God could do that. So I'm
Only
talking about
God
what's
could grant
more.
the authority to do that.
No, I don't think you're right. Are you saying that there's nowhere in the Bible that says that someone was killed purposefully by a man or accidentally by a man and restored, and there's no such occasion of that person being restored by God?
No, the example that I provided earlier, you agreed with, Richard. The example I provided was of Job and of the fact that Satan was not capable, even though he wanted to, even though his will was such that he wanted Job dead. God stipulated that you
You'd have to
can do
extrapolate that.
everything, you could do everything up until killing. I'd have to extrapolate that. Well, I
You'd have to
extrapolate that on the
extrapolate that
basis that
Satan
God.
wanted him killed. You can't know that.
I can know that off. It's an inference off of the fact
That's what
that
I
God
said.
had to stipulate to Satan that he could not kill him. Had he not wanted to kill Job, God would not have needed to have stipulated that to Satan. It would have been
That's an assumption.
unnecessary. No, it's not an
Just
assumption.
logically, it's an assumption.
God is an omnipotent creature. Do you not agree?
There again,
He's an
you're
omniscient
assuming.
creature. Do you
There
not
again,
agree?
you're assuming Christianity.
No, but do
I
you
don't.
agree that God is an
I do
omniscient and
not.
omnipotent creature? Okay.
I do not.
So you think God has limits?
Yes. Well, limits depends on how you mean that. But as far as the quad omni God, that's untenable in logic.
So there is limits to God's knowledge.
Well, yes. There's no claim that it's not limited. That's a Christian assumption.
Okay. So when God said to Satan, "You can do everything up until killing Job," is your contention that God didn't know whether Satan was or was not going to kill Job? That he needed to clarify that to Satan, not that he didn't already know Satan's heart, as it's
You would need
described in the
to.
Bible that God knows the hearts of everyone?
Where does it say that?
I need to find the passage.
It doesn't say that. That's another Christian assumption.
Hold on. I'll find the passage.
So you're talking about like no thing is hidden in the heart of man, to paraphrase. Now, is that man singular or plural? Because all
Every
the
way
rest
of
of the
it.
claims of knowledge and power are qualified situationally within the text. All of them. For instance,
All right, so
knowing
can
every
I
hair on David's head is not knowing every hair on every person's head. That would be a Christian assumption.
quote 1 Samuel 16:7 to you?
Would you read it?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I'm responding in time and stuff, and appropriately, aren't I?
Well, I switched tabs after I asked if you could hear me, and sometimes with the way that Restream works, can't hear.
I hear you
So I
just
just
fine.
wanted to
Go ahead, sir.
I just wanted to clarify. So it says, "But the Lord said to Samuel, 'Do not look on his appearance or on the height of his stature, because I have rejected him. For the Lord sees not as man sees. Man looks on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart.'"
Sure, of who?
The Lord looks on the heart of all men.
No, you're assuming that. It said
No, it says that the Lord looks on the heart. And when he says that in the context of, "For the Lord sees not as man sees. Man looks on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart." That's not talking about anybody specifically, Richard. It's talking about the fact that God can look upon the heart. Anyone.
Okay, anyone at any time, if the situation needs. Fair enough.
That right there, you saying when the situation needs is your insertion. That is
Well, what's the
eisegesis.
situation there?
The situation. What do you mean the situation? The situation at hand was God was having a conversation with Samuel, and Samuel was very clearly having a misapprehension about how one ought judge people. And God was clarifying to Samuel, God does not look at men the way that men do. Men look at
Yeah, I see
outward
that.
appearances. God doesn't look at outward appearances. God
So,
pierces through those outward appearances. He looks through the heart.
I didn't really need it all paraphrased, but thank you. Okay,
Well,
so
you didn't need it, but I
again,
gave
in
it
that
anyway, Richard.
situation, it's the selecting of David. It's the consideration by Joshua of the older brothers, them being big and handsome and stuff like that, right? And then God saying, I correct your view of this. I'm not interested in their outward appearance. I'm interested in what's in their heart.
There's another quote that's even more definitive about it being about every man, and that's Jeremiah 17:10. I, the Lord, search the heart and test the mind to give every man according to his ways, according to the fruit of his deeds. So
Again, that's case by case basis.
every man.
Yes, every man who gets inspected in that way. Fine.
Okay. So every man, right?
That's whenever God does it, that's how it's done.
That's
in both
eisegesis.
cases.
You're extrapolating that outside of the text.
Yeah, but is that more consistent than what Christians say, which you've apparently accidentally adopted?
I've not accidentally adopted it. I'm reading
You
the
purposefully
scripture
adopted it?
as it was laid out. Your contention was that God does not do that for all men earlier, and I just pointed out through Jeremiah 17:10 that that is not the case, Richard.
No, you're reading it within a standard Christian frame, which I don't accept and I don't use. And it's evident to me that in both those cases, and if you keep going, you'll just find more cases where it's qualified situationally, and it will be talking about, in those cases, a methodology, not knowing every heart of every man, which was your original assertion. It's just not there.
No, he does know the hearts of all men. That is there. I'm sorry, but it is.
Sorry, I need to interject. Christian Pike is trying to enter. There he is. There's
Christian
the
Pike.
man.
Well,
Hi,
Welcome to the
Pike.
conversation.
Well.
What do we have
I have a
here?
question for Christian Pike.
No,
Hold on.
stop.
Hold that question.
He has
Hold
a
that question.
Nice
very
shirt. Is it a Wrangler?
beautiful wooden wall
It is
behind
a
him,
Wrangler.
and I'm amazed.
Sorry, Brother Pike. I
wanna-
thought you had the ability.
I want to show you guys something real quick. Out of honor, mostly
Yes,
for
make
Aiden,
him big.
I have worn, out of respect for our Canadian friend Aiden. Logan, you literally made yourself big. Oh. I have worn the South American caimans.
Oh my.
Look at that.
Oh
Look at that
my.
underbelly.
Well,
Look at that underbelly.
No.
Christian.
Animals
Christian.
died for this. I have the red dragon under my feet right now.
But Christian, I have a question
under
for
your
you,
feet.
Christian.
You have it on your feet.
That's true. That's even worse.
Caiman are not dragons.
That's like a whole dragon, man.
I don't know. I think dragons are supposed
what
to have
a
intellect and
beautiful
wings.
wooden wall you have and beautiful wooden roof you have.
This is a rental cabin. My brother's getting married up in the North Georgia mountains, so we're up here for the weekend.
Oh, okay.
Is it
I did
Norwegian
not
wood?
leave.
It's not Norwegian wood because we're in flipping Blue Ridge, Georgia.
Too bad. Too bad. I hear if you burn Norwegian wood, it smells great.
I am, however, going to leave just to rejoin because I actually can't see Christian's screen right now on my phone,
That's
so I'll be right
tragedy.
back.
You're missing a lot.
Pike.
I'm hanging up my beloved house coat.
But please understand that the caiman itself was not red. It's just the leather of its skin is dyed red, if leather is even the right word.
My response to that is gay. So.
Christian, I have a
Yes.
question for you.
It's gay to dye leather red? Why are you wearing... You bought red boots on purpose, didn't you?
They were a gift, but I would have.
Okay. So
I have a question for you,
You
Christian.
admit that people know you like gay gifts.
I feel like I'm already losing this debate before I got in it. What was your question?
Actually, I pulled a switcheroo, which was, but we are only kidding around.
Good.
Christian,
Yes.
do you think that the God of the Bible knows the hearts of all men at all times?
Yes.
On
Are you
what
a
basis do
Christian?
you think that?
On what basis do I think it? There's a series of passages, some of which directly state things like that, and others which suggest it, and there are no passages that seem to be against it. So to me, it's the obvious conclusion.
I I would like to ask uh, Richard something
I'll allow it.
because we you have mentioned several times that Aiden is
Okay.
reading these verses through a Christian lens, and I'm not going
Sure.
against that at all. Um,
He kind of can't help it.
but
It's not his fault.
I mean, it's as you say, it's a cultural bias for all of us
Sure.
uh, to some degree, and
The only
but
verses
I'm
I've
wait,
used to substantiate my argument are Old
stop,
Testament
stop, stop.
verses. I just
Yeah,
wanted to
yeah.
say that.
That's
Sorry,
irrelevant.
sorry, Aiden. Um, I I didn't mean to.
No, I
It,
interrupted you. I should be apologizing to you, Deviant. I just felt the need to state that even though he's saying I'm saying this from a Christian perspective, the only passages I've used to substantiate this are
I have to
all
say it
before the time
again.
of Christ.
Really?
yes, but so my question for Richard is, how do you, how would you read these verses, and what do you see as the the wrongs in them? Because
Oh,
I have the feeling that we're not really getting what you what would
I think
be
it's going to
the
dawn on everybody
alternative.
later. I think what I'm saying is obvious and true, and evident in reality. And I mean,
But
just when
if
I
we're
consider
all
that Aiden asked a Christian if the Christian believes that, and they agreed they believe the same thing as Aiden.
No,
That
but
sure,
alone, that
but Richard,
alone
wait,
is
but
evidence that I'm
Richard.
right.
wait. Yes, sure. But so if we're all battling with this,
Uh huh.
the Christian
I
bias,
was going to answer your
that
question. You know.
oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so there's no claim of the quad omnis about God in the text. What the text does claim about God is that God is of seven spirits, that those are all immaterial constructs, and even makes the bold claim that God is love. Now that is right there as a statement of identity, meaning A equals A. That's the same thing. You could interchange the words and they wouldn't lose or gain anything. So, what the Bible claims about God, although the repercussions of the seven spirits of God, including one of the repercussions, love, or grace, or any number of other things, could never be fully flushed out. You could never just sit and think of everything that applies. No human could do that. However, it does say that God is those things quite directly. So that doesn't include personage. It doesn't include intellect. It doesn't include a lot of things that Christians push onto God,
Are you
and
saying
they
that those are the
they
only
read
scriptures
that
that make claims like that?
they read that in the descriptions of the Father, and they conflate the Father and God. Something Jews don't do. What was
No.
that?
So
What I was asking is, are you saying that the scriptures that you just referenced in passing are the only passages that make is claims and things like that?
Of course not.
Okay, just checking.
But
so
those are
there's
some of the
two more
prominent ones
passages.
that are is claims about God.
There's
Well,
two
everybody.
passages I want to provide. Actually, there's three, but one of
The
them
heck,
is
they
New
got cookies
Testament,
and
so
milk
I don't know
too.
if Richard will accept that.
Okay.
So
I'm
I'll do
sorry,
the
except for
two
what?
that.
Everybody, I need to ask for a pike up. Do you have? I thought you had the ability to what the control stuff. Made you co-host.
Are you not pumpkin pie pop tarts? What in the cuss word is going on around here?
So one of the verses is Jeremiah 1:5. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. And before you were born, I consecrated you. I
And who's that
appointed
in
you a
reference to?
prophet to the nations. And
Ah.
there's also Proverbs 15:3. The
No, wait,
eyes of
before you
the
move on, who was that in reference to?
Who is that in
To
reference
a
to? I
singular
believe that
person,
was in
or
reference to
was it a
Jeremiah.
crowd? Yes, it's in reference. Again, you make my case. Go ahead, make my case again.
Okay. So the idea that this is only exclusively referring to Jeremiah is refuted by 1 John 3:20, which says, "For whenever our heart condemns us, God is greater than our heart, and he knows everything."
That's in our heart.
He knows everything.
And who said that?
No, you said he knows everything that's in our heart.
Now,
The
you're not
passage
at
says,
liberty to
and
just
he
change
knows
the context as you
everything,
need.
period.
We're not
There's
at
no
liberty to change the
qualification.
context.
No,
and
there's no
ignore the.
qualification.
So it's not part of a story at all. It's just a freestanding
Richard,
statement.
the sentence ends with he knows everything.
Yeah, got that. Heard you. Who said
So
that?
that was in 1 John.
Okay, and John is what in this situation?
See, I knew you were going to fall back on that. Sorry, do you
What do you
only read
call?
the Old
Are
Testament,
you
Richard?
objecting
Richard,
to
do
my
you only read the Old
consistency?
Testament? Richard,
Are
do
you
you only read
objecting
the
to
Old Testament?
Wait. When you
Richard,
said
no, I have a
fall
question
back,
for you. I have a question for you, Richard. Do
no, I
you
read
only
all of
read
it,
the Old Testament?
and
Why
I
do you
don't
read
read
all of
only
it?
the Bible.
But
What's
why
that?
do you read all of it?
Because all of it is Word of God.
If all of it is the Word of God, then what does that being of the New Testament have to do with anything, Richard?
What does that being of the new? I'm sorry, that sentence didn't. Somehow I
Well, the
didn't
point that you were
understand it.
trying to say was, oh, well, John was a Christian when he said that. Therefore, it comes
No,
from a
that's
Christian.
not.
Well, it's the
Why are
Word of
you
God, isn't it?
guessing what I'm saying? You're
Well, please make
guessing
your
what
point.
I'm saying, and you're
John was
assuming.
what? John was what, Richard?
Aiden,
Please correct me. John was what?
More than 3 times, I have denied. In fact, my entire argument is based on the denial of average Christian understanding of the text. Do you recognize that?
Sure, absolutely. I also recognize that
So,
you just stated that those are the words of God.
so why would you force average Christianity on? Yes, I'll make my own assertions, and that's one of the assertions I made. Yes. Now, why would you force Christianity on me when my argument is against average Christianity? Why would you do
Why
that?
would you be against average Christianity when you yourself just acknowledge that it's the Word of God?
Oh, they're not wrong about absolutely everything. They're just wrong entirely too often for my liking.
On what basis is John wrong when he makes that statement?
There, that was slimy. Is it okay if I said that was slimy?
How is that slimy, Richard?
I didn't say John was wrong. I didn't say the text is wrong. I said the reading frame you've adopted from your culture is wrong. It's not the same thing.
Okay, so John was not wrong when he said God knows everything. Got you.
Yes, John is not wrong when John says that God knows everything. If John said that.
He did say that. I gave you the quote where he did.
No, you read it, and that was fine. And you read into it because of your culture, and that's not.
I didn't read into it. I read exclusively the text, Richard.
No, you reading it, you read it. That's fine. But now you're talking about it, and you've interjected ideas into it.
Well, I haven't. I literally just read you the scripture that says, John, you're the one that actually added to it by saying he knows their hearts when it says that he knows everything. So you're the one that read into it, Richard. You're the one that added things that the scripture didn't say.
Are you saying that's not the context of those scriptures? Say the first.
No, because
two
I'm pretty
leading
sure
into that
everything
and one
includes more than just the hearts of men, Richard. Would you not agree that everything, the sum total of everything, does not just include the hearts of men?
No, it would not include only the hearts of men.
Okay.
Could you
Fair
read
enough.
it again, please?
Then what I've said is correct, and you were reading into it.
If you insist, but I'd have you read it again, this time in context.
Sure, I will read it again. So 1 John... Oh, where'd it go? Come on. I'm trying to... there we go. 1 John 3:20.
Could you start about 3:15 or 18?
Sure. Let me pull it up. Let me pull up the full context. First John
Start halfway through 14.
That was very
14
particular.
through. I'm going to do 14 through 22. Judas, not Iscariot, said to him, Lord, how is it that you will manifest yourself to us and not to the world? Then, oh wait, no.
You got the wrong John, Jack.
Yeah, it says, what does John 14:22 mean? That's not what I wrote.
I think I messed you up.
It's not what I asked for, Google.
Hey, can I say something while you're finding that?
You mean something else?
What are you guys
Yeah, that's not the
disagreeing about
passage.
specifically?
I'm arguing that Aiden has accidentally accepted much from his culture in how he's reading the text, and that bias, whether he likes it or not, is affecting what he thinks it means.
I mean, I'm sure that's true about all of humanity in some respect.
Well, a person could be defeated. I was.
Wait, say that last part again. I'm sorry.
I was defeated by direct intervention from heaven. I used to think as Aiden does now. I no longer can.
I have a question. Are you signed in on your regular account?
No, I'm just on my phone, Logan.
Oh, okay. Just one.
Do you have to get off here? Do you need me to run it or something?
Yeah, can you run it for me?
I don't know if I can get on my laptop right now is the only problem.
Oh, okay, that's all right then.
Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Don't get mad.
Can you give if you
Okay.
give
Okay.
me wait
I have
wait
it.
Aiden.
But I was asked to read the passage.
I know, but we have a separate
She's not going to take that long.
You must wait.
Gangster Ghost, can you make if you need someone else
Aiden, I
to
wouldn't
run
have
it,
waited if I
can
was
you
you. That's
make
kind of
me,
punk way
because
to go
I'm on
out.
a laptop, I'm on a stationary computer.
Personally, I would have just read it. But...
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Deviant will be the co-host so that she can help run things while Gigi is gone.
The host with the most.
It's
so I
amazing
found
that
it.
you're on a stationary laptop on a moving planet.
Yes. No.
I don't know how you did that.
use
How fast are you going right now?
This whole world's
very
flat.
fast.
All right. May I read the scripture?
Wait.
I wish you would.
Wait, Aiden, let Gangster Ghost fix this first
I
before
sent
you
it
two
to
come.
you.
Aiden, you gonna let him punk you out like that?
I know, right?
Wait.
I sent it to you. Get accepted on your email.
Okay. So I'm sorry, guys. This is
Pumpkin
Joy
Pop-Tarts or something
now,
else.
just so that this is sorted out, so that Gangster Ghost can. Your subscription active streams. Do I have to?
Just you go to your email and
There it is. Enter studio.
What
Aiden,
is
you ever gonna read
melange?
that?
What is
So
melange?
I have to leave here first.
Okay.
Right.
Right. You can. Well, melange is a substance in Frank Herbert's Dune.
You're doomed.
Okay.
Oh, that's where I've heard that.
Yeah.
Gangster Ghost. Do I need to leave here first?
I'm not sure.
You get out of here, dude.
I think. Yeah, I get
You
it.
do. You have to sign back in through the whole thing.
Okay.
Oh, sorry about that.
No.
And then Gangster can finally get a break. Actually, I am a Christian, Mark Stony. I just
But
don't. I just
kind of
don't
Christian
haul
are
around all the
you?
luggage that goes with the term.
But what kind of Christian are you?
The correct kind.
Ooh, that's a very bold claim.
Yes, I know.
Sort of arrogant, one might say.
No, it's not. It's not that I'm arrogant.
Haughty and high-minded, some would say.
Yeah, you can say that, and you can keep saying it too, and pleasure yourself. That's fine. It's just not true. I was severely humbled. I remain humble about these things. None of this is my idea. In fact, when this was shown to me and I had to accept it, like it or not, I was an anti-theist. And no, nothing horrible happened in my life that I needed consolation or a crutch for. I just accept the evidence as it is, and I take it where it leads.
Can you see if you can let people in and out?
Yeah. How do
Yeah, kick me.
Yeah, kick him.
No, because I've never done this
go up
before, so
there.
I just have to
He's
assist.
humble. He can take it.
Well, kick me and take me back in, or kick me and
Oh,
don't.
okay. Let's see. So there are 3 dots. No, I can hide, maximize.
Go right here to that light thing. Click on it, and
I'm still here. You haven't kicked me.
No, is it the? So on to the left on my screen, I have welcome, and then I have demo. To the right, I have sources.
you come up here to that circle that says how many people are in here.
Yes.
Click on it. Go down. I would go to domination guy. Click
Aiden, I
it.
couldn't help but notice that you still haven't read that verse.
Yes.
I'm waiting for
Oh,
the
there I
opportunity.
have remove
He's
Like a
remove from
politely
the
and patiently
stream.
waiting.
Yeah. Yep.
That was nice.
Okay.
Now click
And
on it again.
if when he now tries to enter again,
Just click right here. The same button.
but I
Okay.
can't. How can I see?
What?
There. How can I see where that he's waiting? Will he?
Oh, right here. It'll pop up.
Okay.
There.
You have to
Okay.
see through eyes
Okay.
of understanding, Deviant.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
We should be fine. And Pike is here, and he's done this before.
Okay. Thank
I
you.
wouldn't count on me if I was you.
No worries. Oh, I never do. First of all.
Personally, I'm only familiar with StreamYards. I couldn't help you a bit.
Okay. No, I think I will figure it out if you have a bit of
Wish Aiden would read
patience
that
with me.
verse already. Golly.
Yes. Now read.
Slow, boy.
Well, after the thrilling process of getting the stream set up properly, it was finally complete. I knew.
Aiden, if you're not kind, I'm gonna mute you because I can do that
She
now.
can do it now, boy. Deviant, I know you'll never mute me.
Awesome.
Deviant, you're a lovely person, and
Kick him
I love
out.
you, and you're
Kick him
great.
out.
And...
Power
Humble
corrupt.
him. Humble
All
him.
right. So, anyways, I think at some point, maybe it was Genesis 1:1 when we were talking about me reading the scripture. I think it was about that time. So,
My
First
hair has
John,
changed color since this started. Yes.
Yeah.
1 John 3:14 through 22, so that we get context before and after
Please
the
do.
verse.
What city was this written in?
This is the English Standard Version, Christian.
Ugh.
Shut up.
Go ahead.
All right. We know that we have passed out of death into life because we know the brothers. Whoever does not love abides in death. Everyone who hates his brother is a murderer, and you know that no murderer has eternal life abiding in him. By this we know love, and he laid down his life for us, and we ought to lay down our lives for the brothers. But if anyone has the world's But if anyone has the world's goods and sees his brother in need, yet chooses his heart against him, how does God's love abide in him? Little children, let us not love in word or talk, but indeed let us not love in word or talk, but in deed and in truth. By this we shall know that we are of the truth and reassure our heart before him. For whenever our heart condemns us, God is greater than our heart, and he knows everything. Beloved, if our heart does not condemn us, we have confidence before God, and whatever we ask, we receive from him, because we keep his commandments and do what pleases him.
Amen. Okay, so
Amen.
it seems to me the context there is rather evident. It's talking about the heart. Yeah? And God knowing us better than us. Something like that, yeah?
So to read it back again. By this we shall know the way that we are truth
Reading
and
it again
reassure our
won't
heart
change
before
it.
him. For whenever our heart condemns us, God is greater than our heart, and he knows everything. Okay.
So you
So
can take the
when it
standalone
says,
statement, and he knows everything.
No, wait. Let me finish, Richard.
Which is what you did in the first place.
No, I didn't, Richard. Otherwise, I wouldn't be done speaking. So, anyways, the idea that's expressed here is that, yes, it is talking about the hearts, but it doesn't say God knows everything in our heart, does it? It would be very easy for the author of the scripture to say, for God knows everything within our heart. Especially in the context of what it was talking about earlier, that would be abundantly easy. But that's not what it says.
It'd be easier to just say it 3 times in context in 4 verses.
Oh, really? Really? Would it be almost as
easy? It says heart several times there. At least 3, maybe 4.
It does say heart, but it says everything in the context of that because it is to say that he knows everything, which requires him also knowing the content of your heart. That doesn't mean that it's only talking about the heart there. It means that he's talking about everything.
Repeating it won't make it stronger argument.
Richard, I'm not repeating it. I'm making the point that because he's saying everything, Richard, it'll strengthen the argument or not strengthen the argument on the merit of the argument. You making that statement for the 5th time isn't going to strengthen your argument either.
I know, but you keep doing it.
Well, then, Richard, how about you let me do it and let the term stand for itself instead of putting up a speed bump every single 3 seconds in this conversation?
Oh, it's
Could
not
you do
about
that
a speed
for me?
bump. I'm just
No, it
trying to
is. No,
stay
that's
to the
exactly what you're
context that's
doing.
there. No, you're just getting offended. And you might want to consider why you're offended.
No, I'm simply getting frustrated over the notion that you are continually providing these speed bumps in the conversation that are not necessary. If my argument does not have merit, if it lacks merit, that will be evident. If my argument has merit, it will be evident as well. You constantly making the claim that my argument is bad because of this and my argument's bad because of that, that is providing nothing but a speed bump of the conversation. Let the merit of my argument or lack thereof stand for itself. All right? Could you do that for me?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so the context is the man's heart.
It's not the man's heart. Context is that he knows everything, but that part of that everything includes men's hearts.
I can see reading it that way. I can see that you could justify reading it that way. I know that you are correct that Christians normally read it that way.
Richard, why wouldn't it say that he knows everything within the heart then?
It's only talking about the heart for the last 4 verses.
It was talking about the heart for the last 4 verses and then makes the claim that he knows everything.
Let me introduce you all to Null Void. Welcome, Null Void. I'm sorry I muted you all, but I kind of took powers in my own hands.
She's got the
I
power.
wanted to say welcome.
She has the power.
I just had a girl shush me with her finger. Ha ha. It's like, shut up. Shut up, Tom. You don't get to speak.
No, have you ever had those pumpkin Pop-Tarts?
I stopped talking after you muted me, so that wasn't necessary, but all right.
No, but
hello, everyone.
You muted him! Oh my god!
I took precautions, let's
That's
say.
awesome. Man, Aiden is just getting punked today.
Null Void, considering my experience, and by my experience, I mean my particular experience, how many times you've changed your name? Do you have a first name I could just start calling you?
Null.
Yeah, just call me Null. How hard is that? Call me what I want to be called.
Okay, I'm going to call you Null from now on, right? Is that what you're saying?
That is the master plan. Yes, that is the arrangement that I have going with everyone. Everyone should call me Null because that's what I changed my channel name to. It is appropriate to call me Null.
Repeating that doesn't help your argument, Null.
It doesn't help my argument. No, it does not.
In context, what should we call you?
I think if anyone actually knew me, they understand why it's appropriate to call me Null.
No, I was just dogging on Richard really quick. I'm sorry.
Is Null short for William?
Yes,
I mean, it's
actually, yes.
not, right?
Right.
I do want to comment on what you guys are saying, whenever you get a break.
Christian, go ahead.
Okay, I want to say this. It is true that you could find instances where what Richard's saying is accurate, where something might be said in a sort of shorthand because the surrounding context makes it overwhelmingly obvious. I agree with him, there are instances where that is true, but I don't think this is one of them. I think the way that it's worded, the authors did intend to extrapolate to everything.
Who did
It's
that?
saying everything because it's making the point that if he knows everything, if he knows the sum total of everything that there is, that how would it be possible for you to hide anything within your heart from
No,
that?
I agree with you
It's
that
not.
in this passage, in this example, that is true.
The big problem is it doesn't do me any good to look up the words because it's in Greek. And Greek is, of course, not Christian religion, but the official language of politics at the time, and is not representative of what the early Christians would have been thinking.
I actually
What, you
find it a
don't think
little
the
bit
Septuagint?
disheartening. I find
You
it
don't think the
disheartening when it says when Richard says that it's not a Greek religion, considering that it's a translation from the original Aramaic. So again, if we're going to make this argument, we would make it that it's an Aramaic religion because of the language, but the fact that it's translated into Greek makes it more of a Greek religion, because otherwise we'd still be arguing over the Aramaic, which we're not.
No, we should be arguing over the Aramaic is my point. And you're right. We should be, but unfortunately, we don't have those writings.
Well, you don't. Scholars do.
Wait, what scholars have the signature copies of the New Testament?
No, they don't
Who's
have the
that?
signature copies. I understand the point. But at the same time, Richard, how then could you feel so strongly about your interpretation on the very same grounds?
Oh, because of prayer, because of divine intervention.
But now you're just
Because it's
basically
consistent.
Wesley.
Because no, Wesley wasn't consistent within himself or consistent with the Bible. Had to ignore certain parts that I do not.
But I'm just saying we're discussing what the scripture says. If you're saying that we can't truly know what it says, what is there to discuss?
Well, I think the statement that we should not lean on our own understanding and also, but count on every word that issues out of the mouth of the Lord is true.
Of course.
And that our wisdom is as filthy rags. I won't describe what filthy rags actually means. But if it's true we have no wisdom, and that's evidently true, and if it's true that we have presuppositions, that's evidently true, then we can't count on our own minds to understand these things. Some things fine. Tying shoes, driving a car, fine. The Bible? No, it's not okay.
Okay, I mean, I understand that way of thinking, but then my question back to you, which I guess you've already answered, but just to reiterate, if that's the condition that we're in, how can you draw that one position is stronger than the other?
Oh, well, actually, it's only through an elimination process. Like, for instance, if something is inconsistent within itself, if there's an A, no A, then it can't be true in reality. So we should be reading any piece of literature in such a way that it is consistent within itself. That's an elimination process. But there are several elimination processes that one can apply to any piece of literature, and I have, including the Bible, that says that there's only one correct way to look at it, and it's not being described by any Christian church that I know of.
Okay, in your opinion, what is the closest religious organization to what you would consider the truth?
The closest? That's impossible. With all the different denominations, I couldn't possibly know that. I can't even review them all. What I do find to be true is that they seem to have the correct overview, and they seem to have had a very long time to argue these things and gotten into great minutia, and seem to be missing large overarching themes that are evident, and they just simply don't talk about it.
Okay, I mean that's very interesting, but I can't imagine where the conversation would go from there.
Oh, by me making an assertion and you tell me why I'm wrong, then me showing it's not wrong.
The way that those things would play out would violate this whole principle that we can't possibly interpret it within our own understanding.
No, no. It doesn't. It's talking about an elimination process, and like what makes sense against itself. For instance, I could make an observation like innocent children died in the flood. Innocent children dying is not loving. God is love. God did not kill innocent children in a flood. See, that's consistent.
Well, you just assumed that innocent children dying is not love. That was an assumption.
Okay. Well, we can debate that part of it, sure. But do you see what I'm saying?
I understand the process, sure, but even within that process, you're going to wind up with subjective assumption.
I don't think you have to. I think there's ways to use logic correctly.
I mean, I'm not going to say that that's impossible, but I can tell you from where I'm sitting, even with your first little thing that you rambled off, there was an obvious hole in it.
Okay. Well, just if you're going to give a Christian average justification that these children were destined for um, depravity, I'll just put it that way, because their culture was depraved, then I have to ask, is that the only choice that God had? Was A, drown them, or B, allow them depravity? It seems to me that that's not a true dichotomy, that there's other options. For instance, the earth is very, very depraved now. There's a large percentage of people who are depraved now. And the end times will be as in the days of Noah, to quote it directly. But that is solved by heaven's arrival, by the announcing miracles, heaven's arrival, the plagues, etc., etc. Now, during all of those announcing miracles, plagues, etc., there is nothing that kills people until the absolute final one, when 57-ish or so pound rocks start falling from the sky and kill people. So, if you consider like the sting of the scorpion monster thingy, people will seek death and it will not come. The idea is not to kill the people. The idea is to convince them otherwise. So if God has the option of convincing someone otherwise through direct and indirect interventions, which apparently he can because it happens in the book of Revelation, then it's not a true dichotomy, depravity or drown.
Well, I didn't make any dichotomy. I simply said that you made the assumption that children being killed was always the opposite of
Yeah.
love.
So justify how it's not the opposite of love when there's a third option.
Well, why do you feel that I'm the one that has to justify that? You're the one that made the
Because
assertion that
it's
it
your
is.
claim.
No, it's your claim.
Your
You said that children
My
dying is the
claim
opposite
is
of
that's
love.
not loving.
Well, Richard,
My
if you knew a child
interpretation
that
of
had
love
stage
is,
5 cancer that could suffer all day or be put out of their misery, that doesn't cause you to take a step back?
what do you mean by take? I would not take their life, if that's what you're asking me.
Well, you didn't answer though. You did that runaround thing.
What?
The whole purpose was to
Would I
make you take a step
consider the
back, and it
situation, and would the
worked.
situation cause me pause? Yes, it would cause me
Right.
pause, but I still wouldn't just kill them.
But I didn't say just kill him. I'm simply pointing out that it doesn't take that long to imagine scenarios where your assumption isn't always correct.
Why is it not correct to let
I just gave
a
you a situation that caused
pain-stricken?
you to take a step back from what you thought was an
No,
obvious assumption.
no. Of
And it
course
took
I'm.
me like half
What
a
do you mean by
second to think
step
of it.
back? What do you mean by step back? Because it's not like
What do
it
you mean by
baffled my
the? What do you mean
mind.
by and? What do you mean by
That
of?
depends
That's how
on
you
that
Richard,
talk
depends
off
on
like
what
that.
your
I
definition
think
of the word is,
You
Christian.
sound like
We're
Jordan
not. None of
Peterson.
us are Bill Clinton, guys. None of us are
You
Bill
sound like
Clinton. I'm
Jordan
not
Peterson when
playing
you
a
say
game
things
with
like
you.
that.
I was gonna
I'm
say I
not
think
playing.
what Richard I think is meaning is that those should already be the illogical conclusions. Like those step backs should already be included in a thought process, is what I'm thinking. Because if you're not already thinking on that, like of a situation where again you make an exception to the rules, like exception to the rules should already be a given within the structure of the statement. I hate it when we have to go through them. We should start mentioning like exceptions to the rules when we're bringing up these claims, because otherwise we're just going to bring up exceptions to the rules and then make an argument about the exceptions, and it doesn't make any sense.
I understand that, and
As far
I
as
don't
me
think that's a
taking a
bad thing.
step back, sorry, go ahead.
I,
No,
I,
I was just
well,
saying I understand what he's saying, but at the same time, when the presumption is it's always not love to kill children, you do have to bring up an exception to prove that that isn't always to be presumed.
Okay, Any person
Also-
might find some outlier example of anything. That's fine. But we're not talking about one child in the flood narrative, are we?
Well, I found it
No.
interesting that you called those children innocent.
Why would they not be innocent when we're talking about all the way down to newborn?
Do you believe that newborns are born with sin, Richard?
No, I don't think Christians understand the text, and
Okay,
no,
well-
I don't think that they're born sinning.
Okay, you don't think that... And I never said they were born sinning. I asked, do you think they are born with sin?
It doesn't read born with sin. It says born into sin. That's a completely
The wages of
different
sin
idea.
is death, right? The wages of sin
Yes,
is
the
death,
wages
correct?
of sin is death.
Then why do
And
babies die,
children
Richard?
babies have not yet sinned, although they're
But
born
why do
into
babies die,
a sinful, born into a sinful situation. What do you mean? Because there are diseases, accidents,
Yes,
murders.
but the wages of sin is death,
Reason
and
anyone
those that do
dies.
not have sin cannot die.
What? Where'd you get that from? Those who do not
If
have
the wages
sin
of sin
cannot
is what?
die. Did
Wages
Jesus
of sin is
really
what?
die on the cross? Did Jesus really die?
His corporeal form died, sure.
Okay, did it really die?
I mean, his corporeal form didn't die. I mean, his corporeal form died, sure.
Okay, so a sinless person had no sin of flesh, no sin of mind, corporeally died. So where are you getting that those without sin don't die? Where are you getting that from?
I'm getting that from the fact that Adam and Eve were functionally immortal up until they committed their sins, and that death had not entered the
Another
world.
Christian
And that
assumption.
death itself,
It simply does
that
not
death
say
itself
that.
had not entered the world until sin had first been committed. The reason why Jesus died, and the reason why the symbolism of a sinless entity dying in that instance is so powerful, is because ultimately he made that choice. Jesus died in order to alleviate all of humanity of their sins. It's to take that debt that was originally imbued upon humanity by Eve and by Adam, and paying that debt off for humanity. That's what makes it such a powerful symbol. That's why he died, even though he was a sinless entity, because it was necessary for the salvation of mankind. Do you think that a baby dying is this necessary for the salvation of all mankind, Richard?
Oh, actually, once we're in heaven and living in that utopian state, in order that we don't allow sin to creep in, like the example.
No, but I asked you, do you think that a newborn dying is necessary for the salvation?
I'm sorry, you
of all
don't get to
humankind?
insist how I answer a question. I'm answering it honestly and what I actually believe.
You're doing that
If I may
runaround thing, but
interject
that's
with
okay.
this, if I may
Look, just
interject with
because
that
you
quick
don't
pause.
understand it doesn't make it a word
No,
salad.
you're doing the runaround thing, but that's all right.
It's not a runaround.
It is. But
It's what I actually believe. It's a direct answer.
It's a yes or no.
It's
It's
not
pretty
a
simple.
runaround. It's just that you want me to answer by what you think I should answer or the
It's a pretty
negation
simple.
thereof. And I'm
It's a pretty
sorry,
simple answer.
Aiden. This is. I mean, I consider this slightly dishonest.
You think
Not
me
like huge
asking
offensive.
you?
I won't talk to you again, but it's a little dishonest, man.
You think it's
if I might, I
dishonest of
wanted
me to ask you a yes or no question and ask that it be answered yes or no? That's dishonest of me,
Yeah,
Richard.
no, but here's the problem with it. Like before, when you asked me another standard Christian idea question and I answered in the affirmative, I also had to say, but that's going to be misleading. Because not every question that you state is going to apply to everyone and what they believe about the text. It's just not going to work like that.
But the reason why I asked you that question was off of the basis of you saying that, oh, well, Jesus was without sin and he died. And I pointed out that his death was necessary for the salvation of all humankind. And the death of a baby, a newborn infant, is not necessary for the salvation of all humankind. It was not, the baby was not slain before the foundation of the earth, and yet the lamb was slain before the foundation of the earth.
Every baby's
So I think
not
one
Jesus. Gotcha.
has a
Go
slightly
ahead.
different connotation than the other. That's why I'm bringing
Very
that up.
different.
That's why I asked you what I did, and that's why I asked you then why do babies die, Richard? Because the death of those children is not
Because of
necessary for the
diseases,
foundation of all humankind. Yeah, and those diseases only entered
abortions.
into the world as a result of what?
That is another Christian assumption you're making.
No, it's not an assumption. I asked you a question, Richard.
Look,
That's not
how
a
you're reading
question.
the text,
Cannot be an
I
assumption.
don't agree with your question.
Well, you can't say that a question is an assumption, Richard. That's dishonest.
No, it's not dishonest. I'm not saying your question is an assumption. I'm saying
You
there's an
did.
assumption behind. Could I? There's an assumption behind the framing of the question. I didn't say the question is an assumption. That's not true. I didn't say that.
I asked you a question, and you responded with, "That's a Christian assumption," therefore stating that my
I'll just do
question
it for
was
you.
an assumption, Richard. It logically follows.
There is a Christian assumption behind your question. I'm sorry I
No,
said it
it's a
briefly.
question.
I'm sorry I said it. If you'll ask the question, I'll answer it directly for you in a yes-no format, as long as you'll allow me to explain why that's wrong.
Explain why that's wrong? What do you mean?
Just ask the question.
Okay. Disease and pestilence and all of those things you talked about came into the world as a result of what?
Nature.
Nature? So do you think that smallpox and syphilis and
germs and
all
stuff.
those things, do you think that was in the garden?
Yes, it is.
You do.
It's here now.
So you okay. I don't think you could find any scripture to suggest that any of that was present within the garden whatsoever, and I would invite you to find it.
I would say it's in the world. I wouldn't say it's in
an
a
argument
garden.
from lack of evidence, and so would if I challenged you to show the other, it would also be fallacious.
No, it wouldn't,
So I'm not
because
gonna
I can
ask
show
you to
you.
show
I
the
can show
Bible
you
says
that
it
death
isn't
and
there.
pestilence entered into the world as a result of sin in a scriptural context. Sure, I can.
Death and sin, yes, you can.
No. Death came into the world as a result of sin.
Right. That's what it reads if you read
Those
it with
things that
Christian
cause
lenses.
death also came into the world as a result of sin.
That is extrapolation or inference.
I mean, you might say that, but how else would they have existed before that point? So you mean to tell me that there was a human head louse that was sitting around in the Garden of Eden, that was just minding his own business, doing his own thing, waiting for the moment that they would sin so that he would be able to actually become useful? There was an Ebola virus waiting around in Adam's gut, just dormant.
I don't know why you don't actually
waiting around.
Praying to God. It's praying.
Yeah, praying to God. Please,
that,
God, let Adam sin so that I might overtake this man's body.
If I could, Aiden, I'm trying to extend you as much cordiality as possible. I'd appreciate it if you did the same for me. Now, if you don't want to, it's okay. I'll live with it. That's all right. But I'm going to try to extend it to you just the same. The Christian assumption that you just forced upon me, which I don't espouse or accept, is that because there has always been diseases and death, including all the way back to the very beginning of the earth before there was even Adam and Eve, and I don't accept that Adam and Eve didn't poop or that they couldn't have head louse, but in fact they do. And they do have all of these kinds of things that we experience now. And just because someone accepts the Christian reading frame of the Garden of Eden doesn't mean I have to accept it too.
I mean, you don't have to. I never said you had to. So what are you exactly arguing against here?
So if you were asking me the direct question, which you didn't, was there death in the Garden of Eden? I'd have said yes.
Was there death in the Garden of Eden prior to sin?
Yes.
Then what did the eating of the apple fundamentally change?
It changes knowledge of good and evil. It enlightens us.
Right. So do you think that it was bad of Adam and Eve to have partaken of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil?
No, which is why the angels say, look, man has become as gods, as one of us, knowing good and evil, which is a good thing.
Then why did God punish us for it then? If it wasn't a bad
You
thing,
mean
why
being
did God
promoted
cast
out
us
of
out
the
of the
garden
garden?
is a punishment?
That's you think being promoted out of a place where you don't have to worry about anything, where all of your wants and needs are taken care of for you in an environment that is
Where does it
hand
read that?
tailored by this God, you think getting cast out of that and into this world where you can have all of these horrible things happen to you, that's a promotion?
So I know that you've read the text, and I don't expect you to take it too seriously because you're not a believer. So I want to extend you that grace. It seems that you've forgotten the part where Adam is put in the garden to tend it and keep it, that is work. Now, that means he's taking care of the garden. Unlike birds who just simply hunt and peck, and all the rest of the animals, mankind is put to work right away. So I don't know where I could derive from that mankind had a life of ease, that all things were perfect, that all of his needs were tended to, as you just said.
Well, I think the fact that he had to maintain it as it currently was implies that it began in a state such that he would have desired to have maintained it. So that is putting him at a head start to be able to
Sure.
maintain it in a much easier manner than somebody having to start from scratch and having to build a whole civilization from somewhere that you had none of that starting point. That's
I
one of the
totally
reasons
agree
why
with
I
you.
say that the Garden of Eden is more advantageous, that is a better state than being cast out of the garden, because you already have this environment that is ideal for humanity set up for you. All that is tasked of you is to just maintain it.
Is something pretty good premium, or could there be something better?
Is something pretty good premium, or could there be something better? I
Because
don't.
all you're saying is that Adam had to get to work right away to maintain it and keep it as it was. Fine, that's a reasonable argument. You can get that from the text pretty easy. And that it was better and was
Is it more?
apparently needed tending. That's
Is it more work?
deterioration. Or
Is it more work to build a house from scratch, or is it more
I'm not
work to
making that
maintain a
argument.
house
I already
that was
agreed
built?
with you. I agreed with you in spades. I don't know why you would bring that up again. I agreed with you in spades.
I'm
However,
only
that's
bringing it up
not the
because
same
your
thing.
contention was that we were promoted out of the garden, that we were raised
Sure,
into some higher state by leaving the garden, and I disagree with that on the
sure.
basis that the conditions that we were subjected to outside of the garden were inherently more difficult and more challenging and
You
required
don't know that.
more of that hardship and suffering than would have necessitated so in the garden,
Oh,
as per the example that I
I
just cited.
see. I see what's going on. You're assuming chronology is consistent.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, is the chronology of the Bible not consistent?
No, it's an overview and then it goes into the meat. So it actually jumps back to the beginning right after the story of Adam and Eve at their end.
And that
I
is
mean,
to
don't
propagate what point?
don't you have some kind of problem with there being an existent city when no one had left?
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. The idea that
Well,
there's some
what's your
place that,
solution to
I
that?
mean, it's the exact same with Lot and his daughters. They come out of this place and supposedly everything's been destroyed, but there's a town
Right.
right there.
That's
So
right.
that's not
That's
the only
correct.
instance in scripture where that's true.
Right, but let's state just one example. So, what do you think the land of Nod is without claiming some not so recent Jewish experimentation in a justification of Lilith? Without appealing to one singular outcast, what is your solution logically from within the
Do
text?
you see how you are setting up my answers to this question, and how
You can
that
answer
is
anything you
you
like, I just don't want to hear Lilith.
exhibiting? Do you see how you're exhibiting the very behavior you accused me of
No, I'm
doing
just saying I'm
earlier?
tired of hearing about Lilith, and I'd prefer you didn't give that answer, but gave a biblical answer. It's all I'm asking for is a biblical answer.
As far as the land of Nod is concerned, I have to answer not from a biblical perspective, but from an atheistic perspective, because I don't think that there is a reconcilable biblical perspective.
Well, that seems very short-minded.
Well, that seems very kind and favorable and charitable of you to say, Richard. Thank you.
That's the best I can do.
Is it?
Yes.
Well,
Considering
I think that's very
I've already
small-minded of you to
suggested.
think. I think it's very small-minded of you to think that's the best you can do, Richard.
Well, considering that I already gave you a case for multiple earths from within the Bible, that I've already said they are promoted out of the Garden of Eden, they're not punished for it. That I've already said
Yeah,
that
those are
I've
claims that you
quoted.
made.
Well,
What
would
about
you
them?
explain to me why the angels would say that man has become as one of them? Does that mean man has become a sinner and rebellious against God, because that's what angels are, is
I don't
rebellious
know.
sinners?
Didn't a third of them kind of do exactly that, Richard?
Not in
Didn't
that
a third
scene.
of them kind of go against God? And
Is chapter 6,
surely they have the capacity to be able to do that. Are you denying that?
does the end of Garden of Eden begin at the beginning of chapter
No.
end
I
at the
asked
beginning
you
of
a
chapter
question,
6 of
Richard.
Genesis?
I asked you a question, Richard.
No, you're grasping at straws. I don't want to
I'm
answer
not
your
grasping at
question.
straws. I asked you a question and you're avoiding my question.
Of course that happens. What's that got to do with the garden?
It has to do with the fact that you said that they made themselves as the angels, and then you followed that up with, does that mean that they made themselves like a bunch of sinners? And I
That would be the
responded with
fallen
the fact.
angels. That's a special case. I think we both know that.
It's a special case.
Would you say it's the average case?
How would you know? Are you part of the kingdom of heaven, Richard?
Because it literally
are you
says,
there in the clouds among the Father and his collective?
You're getting
Weren't you the
defensive,
one that
aren't
was
you?
just arguing earlier that inference is a bad thing?
Yeah, unnecessary inference or unnecessary
Okay.
extrapolation
So this is good inference. My inference was bad inference.
I'm not
Your
making an
inference is
inference.
good inference. No, you are. I
Not-
demonstrated that you did.
Aiden, I don't think you're being really honest with me here. Does the text say that 1/3 fell?
That's true.
Is 1/3 a majority or a minority?
It is a minority.
So I'm not guessing. You admit that.
What do you mean you're not guessing?
It's not extrapolation or inference. It gives a number.
It is an inference that because that number, you are inferring that
is not a
number is the
majority, that
sum
it's a
total.
minority?
You're saying that number that is represented is the
on.
sum total of every angel that's ever rebelled, and I'm saying you can't know that.
No, it's still, I can only refer to what's written in the story. I'm not making claims outside of the story.
Except when you did earlier.
Like what?
Richard, you know,
I don't
you
think
can
you're
go
being
back
honest.
and look
I
at
think
it.
you're defending
You
your
can go
position,
back and look at it.
Which is funny because you're defending Christianity, which is hilarious. By the
I'm
way,
really
I find this
not.
very amusing.
It's fine. I mean, you're the one that claimed to be a Christian earlier, so I find
I am.
it amusing that you're anti-Christian this, anti-Christian that. I think you're a contrarian, is what I think you are, but that's all right.
Is that really what you think?
I shall say that I get the impression.
That's fair. I can see where you would say that. Can I tell you that I really believe these things are true, and because they're true in reality, they're important to argue over. And I would not have troubled myself even a decade ago when I didn't believe these things. And no, I did not argue for fun. I've never been the person that did that. I'm not doing it now. I actually believe what I'm saying. Now you can say I'm wrong, that's fine, but I'm not being a contrarian.
All right. I only said I corrected myself in saying that was the impression that I received from this conversation. If I am wrong about that, then I can only state what I can only state what I presume, because I'm not in your mind. I don't know.
That's right. And I can only answer to that out of respect for you and trying to, build a bridge so that we actually understand each other without assumptions. So is it okay that I answered?
Yeah, of course it's okay. I never said it wasn't.
All right. So in order to say that Adam and Eve were demoted or punished, and we would have to ignore, and Christians normally ignore, the statement at the end of the story where angels say all they have to do is take and put out their hand and accept eternal life, and look, they have become as us, knowing good and evil, and that the average angel, there are exceptions, is not committing evils against God. Then I can't justify that they were punished.
But the word that's provided is banished. They were banished from the Garden of
What
Eden.
word is? Where do I find that word?
That is in. That's Genesis 3:22 through
All right, hold on a second. I'll
24.
be right back. I'm going to be silent for a minute because I'm looking something up. You said 3. What'd you said?
3:22 through 24.
Okay, so I mean, I'll share a screen. I don't know how to do that on this platform. Genesis 3:22, and the Lord God said, "Behold, the man has become as one of us." Oh, so it's Lord God there. That is Jehovah angels. So yeah, I'm saying angels if that's too brief for you, but it identifies them as being Jehovific angels, not just any old angel. Behold, the man has become as one of us to know good and evil, and now lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. So Christians take that as a positive negation there said by the angels, which doesn't make sense since the thing right before that was an affirmation. So
I was
they're
referring
breaking
to
that
that.
into two sections. Could I finish?
Oh, I don't think that were you not finished reading the passage? I'm sorry.
Well, it didn't contain the word you said it was, so I was going to keep looking. You want me to tell me where that
Oh,
word was?
well, that's in the one that I pulled up that said that was the NIV.
Could you read that passage for me, please, so that
Sure.
I can find?
So the Lord God banished him from the Garden of Eden to work the ground from
Oh,
which he had
found it.
been taken.
Okay, it's actually the next verse. So it's 3:23, and it is actually the word salah, which means pause. I already know that because of the Psalms. But salah. Okay, in English, I'm supposed to, or someone thinks I should pronounce it shalak. I don't know if it's not right, but I don't speak. I can't pronounce Hebrew. To send away from, for, or out of. In a great variety of applications, anywise, appoint, bring on the way, cast away, cast out, conduct, earnestly forsake, give up, grow long, lay, leave, let depart,
He was
let
sent
down,
away. Would you
let
not
go,
agree?
let loose. Yes, it's sent away, but there's no negative connotation here.
So if you're sent away from somewhere against your will, do you think it was
What do you mean
Adam's will
against
that
my
he be?
will?
Do you think it was Adam's will that he leave the garden? Otherwise, why would
Yes.
God have to send him away?
Yes, I think they were greatly looking forward to it, actually.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that
That's
follows, and I say that on the basis that God had to send them away. If somebody
actually,
wants to leave, my house, if somebody's a guest of my house and they want to leave my house, they need only go to the door and open the door and leave. But if I want them to leave and they don't want to, I have to say, you need to leave my house. You need to get out of here. If I need to say that to somebody, then that means that I had to take that action. I had to remove them from this place.
I'm not confused about how you're reading it, I don't
Okay,
need that explanation.
with that in mind, then it wasn't Adam's will that he leave the garden.
No, it's just that you don't read it as having been Adam's will. That's not the only way to read that. The next
Well,
word there is to hedge about. The next word there is to hedge about, gain, which we get the idea of a protected garden,
to
hedged about,
work
like
the
protected from others
land
from
from which he
outside.
was to work the land from which he came was the verse that
Yes.
followed.
Of Avad, which is means to be a slave. Adama.
Sounds like a reward to me.
To be a slave is to be a reward. Okay.
I'm saying that sardonically,
that.
Richard.
Sardonic? What's that word mean?
It's sarcastic. I'm saying it sarcastically. Let me put it that way.
Oh, that word.
I'm saying it because you're saying that to have left the garden was almost akin to a promotion, and you're talking about words that talk about it in context of slavery.
Yeah, well, it's the word abad in English.
Would you consider it a promotion to be a slave?
Why are you trying to reverse my assertion?
Because that's how argumentation works, Richard. That's how argumentation works.
No, to flip over someone's assertion and make it exactly the opposite of what they said is not how argumentation
what do you mean?
works.
That's not what I did.
I said being a slave is bad.
Yes, I agree. Being a slave is bad. I agree with that. But you made the claim that them leaving the garden was a promotion, that it was something where they moved on
slavery. That's correct. They leave the slavery. That's correct.
They leave the slavery? Really?
Yes.
In a book that says that you're either a slave to sin or a slave to righteousness, they left slavery? That's crazy.
Aiden, listen very, very closely. Yehovah Elohim Salah Gan Eden, Avad, which is a variation of the word Evad, a slave, Adama Sam Asur Lakha. I mean, I'm reading it to you one at a time. They leave slavery.
So you don't think that they can be either a slave to sin or a slave to righteousness? They broke that dichotomy.
Why are you... That's shifting the goalpost in the extreme. Do you
it's
understand?
Not. The Bible makes the claim that you are either a slave to sin or a slave to righteousness. Does it not? Does it not make that claim?
It's a non sequitur because it's not this topic.
No, it's not. It's talking about slavery, and this is talking about slavery.
Yes,
a non sequitur is to draw upon a point that has no relation to the previous argumentation, and this is a throughput. This is a direct throughput into the topic of slavery, Richard.
You're just trying to change...
This topic of slavery was brought up earlier, and I'm invoking that topic for a wider biblical discussion. That is not a non sequitur, sir.
That's fine. Let's call it a pivot instead. It's still disingenuous, and it's not on topic.
No, it's not. It's exactly on topic because the topic is slavery.
What you read here, what we read in the English as, therefore, the Lord God sent him forth from the garden to till the ground from whence he was taken. Okay? You're good?
Sure.
And in 3:2, it says that man was outside of the garden when he was formed, and he was placed into the garden. We're good? We're good, we're not good.
Where did you say that?
All the way back in, I think it's in 2. Hold on a second, I'll find it. I'm gonna have to speed read through this. I'm not good.
I'm sorry, you gave an exacerbated sigh, but I think that's a very fair question.
What?
But you gave an exacerbated sigh.
That's because I'm not good at remembering numbers. I sigh at my mental... Do I have to explain?
Yes.
I sigh at my mental disability of incapability of being able to remember numerical sequences. I'm sorry I sighed.
No, it's okay.
I find that
I didn't take issue with it. I was just trying to clarify that. I thought that my question was clear. No, I was just trying to clarify. I actually was trying to clarify that I was only asking that out of fairness. That wasn't me taking issue with it.
That's a retraction. I'll accept it, but it was a weak one.
It's a retraction? Okay. Who's being dishonest?
I think you
play
are.
Play nice.
I'm not being mean when I say I think you're being dishonest. I really genuinely believe that.
I'm not saying anyone is at fault. I'm just detecting a
hashtag ban deviant.
A shift in tone, and I want. It's been a very good discussion, and I would like it to continue. I'm very sensitive to tones, maybe too much. So I didn't mean to discourage anyone.
Adam and Eve escaped from slavery, even though the Bible says that you're either a slave to sin or a slave to righteousness. Okay.
Correct.
So the Bible contradicted itself.
No, they escaped sin and slavery.
So they
In the
became
Garden of
slaves to
Eden
righteousness then, right?
That would be the opposite. Yeah, that would be the other. If it's a true
So
dichotomy.
they escaped from slavery into slavery. Gotcha.
Into righteousness. Why is righteousness slavery?
Because they're slaves to righteousness.
Is that a bad slavery to be completely?
I mean, to be a slave to something in any context, I think is bad. Yeah, I agree. I think that's a bad thing.
I think you're not looking at the context. Okay, if I had to be a slave to something, and I think I am, I'm a slave to things like sleep, food. I'd rather be a slave to righteousness than sin.
Sure.
Do you not agree?
Sure, fair enough. That's not what I'm saying. My point is that they escaped from slavery into slavery.
Yeah,
so,
fine. It's cheeky.
I mean, is it true?
Sort of, but I don't think it's within the intent.
Right. It's only sort of true. Gotcha. Okay, so
I mean, I'd rather be a slave to righteousness, which means to be right.
I'd rather just not be a slave between me and you, man. I'd rather just not be a slave.
And
is there
drove
less...
out is actually garash, which means to expatriate. And again, there's not a negative connotation to it. I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
Maybe the way you read it.
I was gonna ask: is there another less divisive or less? I don't really know the word at the moment. Another word than slave that could be used there, because
I don't know.
I get the feeling that we're.
Have I had this conversation long enough for Richard not to get the sense that I'm running away from him? Because I would like to go and use the washroom.
Oh, I never said that seriously.
No, I know you didn't say that seriously. I was saying that in jest to try and take some of the tension out of the room.
Oh.
Okay.
Good.
I didn't need or want that, but okay.
Well, you got it anyway because you're a slave, Richard. And you get
am,
what you're given.
And to Outcast, to your question, yes, Eved is also the same. It could be translated as bond servant, which, or even you could even look at the word Eved as the king is Eved to all people.
Okay, so more like in obligated service to,
right,
due to their position, kind of.
And also the word volunteer worshiper is part of the definition. So it's the idea of complying out of your own will. It's not talking about chattel slavery.
That's not slavery.
Dude,
you literally have said that the word can apply to both slavery and something that's diametrically opposed to slavery.
That's correct. I've been trying to tell you that the translation.
How could a word both mean something and the thing which is diametrically opposed to that thing simultaneously?
I'd have been half done by now. If you just let me answer.
Please tell me how something can be both black and white simultaneously.
That's a straw man. Okay.
It's a direct comparison to what you're saying.
Stop it. It is not. Can I answer? Look.
Please answer.
I've been trying to tell you this whole time that there was an oral tradition in Christianity that flavored the translations. The translation has very little to do with the actual original ideas. Now, is it within the definitions? Is the translation within the definitions? Yes. But is it missing expressions and idioms of the people and of the time? Yes. It's not there. And because of that, our society teaches us to read it a certain way, which is literally wrong. This
If
is
those
why
things
when
are
you talk
absent,
to. This
if
is
those things
why
are
when you
absent,
talk
then how
to.
could you make those
This is
claims?
why
Wait,
when you
Aiden.
talk to. This is why when you talk to a rabbi, they'll say, "Look, your translation is not good." So unless you think that the Jews don't understand Judaism and they don't understand the Hebrew language, you might think the translation's bad.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'm going to conclude my visit here by saying I think slavery in all of its forms are bad. I know that's a very radical position for me to take, but I
What if
think
it's
slavery in
voluntary?
any context is bad. And I don't
What
think
if it's
that I
voluntary
think
and you want it?
voluntary slavery is an oxymoron.
But then you're talking about chattel slavery when it's not.
I didn't say it was chattel slavery. You are now inserting things into the context that I never said whatsoever. I never said anything about chattel slavery whatsoever. The word
Did
chattel
you say
slavery
involuntary?
never left my mouth at any point in this
Did you
conversation, Richard.
suggest involuntary?
Involuntary does not inherently mean a chattel slave.
Are you talking
There's
about
also
without
indentured
compensation?
servants. Indentured servitude is another form of slavery that is not the same as chattel slavery.
Both
That's
are
correct.
slaves,
It's
though.
not the same.
But it's not chattel
But,
slavery, so you would agree
but
then by
one
that
has a
definition
term.
that what I was saying was not inherently chattel slavery, and you agree that you made an assumption.
And were you talking about there being no end, no term limit?
When did I say
I'm
that?
asking you questions.
When did I say that there was going to be no
I'm
end or term
asking
limit?
you questions.
Okay, I did not say
When
that.
you said slavery, did you mean involuntary without compensation with no limit? Is that what you meant by slavery? When you
I
said
meant
slavery is always bad, is that what you meant?
I mean any form of involuntary servitude, no matter what form it takes, is bad.
Okay, so when the word aved includes the idea of being a volunteer worshiper,
then you're not a slave.
Welcome,
yes, the
Christian.
translation is bad. That's what I've been trying to tell you. It's
Hello,
not
Well, then
Christian.
chattel
I get
slavery
slave doesn't
definitionally.
mean slave.
Hey, yo, what
I
up,
didn't
No,
know that
the
slave doesn't mean
translated
slave.
word doesn't mean what it originally was translated. It's why it's called a translation.
I see. I will
What?
still conclude with my original statement that I think that in any form of involuntary servitude is bad. And with that, I bid thee adieu.
I agree.
Have a good night and take care, everybody.
I see Aiden running
Take
away.
care, Aiden.
Yeah,
Take care, Aiden.
involuntary without compensation with no time limit is absolutely chattel slavery and is wrong and is not the word aved.
So, Christian.
I'll be filling in for Aiden. What was his point?
Yes.
What was his point? That's funny.
What do you think about the word, was it abed?
Aved.
Aved.
I am
It's
in
spelled
Abed right
abed, but
now.
you're not supposed to pronounce it that way.
I am laying in Abed right now.
Does that make you a slave to the bed?
Well, I feel pretty stuck.
Are you experiencing night terrors? Are you able to move?
They're like evening terrors.
Oh, we all have those.
You mean you're raising children? In which case, I would say thanks for your dad work.
Well, thanks. That's true, actually.
How did you know that, Richard?
The man's a psychic.
He must be. He must be.
So did you and Aiden never
Yeah,
get agree on anything?
it
No.
takes a psychic to say a man who can afford a decent pair of boots and a nice shirt, who is obviously Christian, who is obviously not, I don't know if you're handsome, but you're certainly not hideous. I can tell when someone's hideous. Tried to reproduce. It's not exactly shocking.
The boots for a
He's a
gift.
handsome fella, but it's the boots that
Is he?
does it. Yeah.
I did
It's
pay
the
for the shirt, but
boots?
the boots were a gift.
Yeah.
Nobody
That's
can
what they
afford
all
those
say.
boots. You know what I mean?
So you're saying your
There's
wife
things more
bought it?
expensive than Cayman.
Those are. I mean, honestly, they're so expensive. I almost feel bad having them. I've thought about giving them away.
How about sell them and give the money to the poor?
That's a great
You'd feel better
solution. I'd
about
be
it.
happy to do that.
Well, wear them for a while, but be nice to them. Take good care of them. Oil them where they need. And then sell them and give the money to the poor when you're done.
That's a good thought.
Thanks. I like Jesus.
Did you say you like Jesus or
Yeah, I like
unlike
Jesus.
Jesus? Yeah, okay.
He
Okay.
prefers the Lord.
I said
I
I
see.
like, not unlike.
No, okay, I got you. Got you.
Yeah.
I thought it was strange, but
Yeah,
I
it's
had
pretty
to
much a
check.
direct quote. I couldn't say that's un-Jesus-y. Yeah.
No.
Although with the arguments I've made tonight, you might believe that I believe something like that because my arguments sound to the Christian trained ear to be absolutely insane, and I'm well aware of it.
So we talked earlier, you and me, Richard. Um, but I'm sorry to say that I can't really remember. You define what did you define as a theist, or you had some you had a word. You don't have to define as anything, but
Oh, define
I,
myself.
yeah,
Okay, where Christian the idea literal
yeah,
means to objectively follow the actual Christ
yeah,
in his intent, not in a
yeah.
translation of his words. So the
I
spirit of the writings, not the letter of the writings. The letter is kind of irrelevant, actually. For all the arguments I've had tonight, it's irrelevant.
I got
It's the Bible is a great glossary to find out what God wanted to say to those people at that time.
right. That's what. Yeah,
It's
right.
an
I
it's an
remember.
inerrant glossary. It's a
Yeah.
perfect glossary. Okay, that's what I hold. So
Okay.
I call myself a Yahvist and a Christian,
Okay.
and
Okay. So.
and a
Mhm.
a worshiper of Yahweh. I hold the Father also in very high regard. I do not worship the Father. I do not worship Christ, as neither of them are God, as far as I know. And they seem to consistently say to only worship God. And since I know of no more prosperous for the animal that we are than wisdom, knowledge, counsel, understanding, fear, power, and conservation, resulting in love and grace and understanding, and I mean just all kinds of beautiful things. I'm inclined to worship exactly that, and I can't seem to make it any better, and I don't know anyone who can. Oh, and it's true in reality. That is, atheists accept God. They just don't accept Christians' assertions about Yahweh.
Wait. So when you say atheists accept God,
The biblical
d-
God, yes.
the biblical God,
Sure.
so how about atheists? uh, If we go back, say, 200 years
Mm-hmm.
prior, or even 100 years, maybe prior to the globalization of the world. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
how about atheists living in, for say India, or somewhere where you don't have the Abrahamic religions?
Mm-hmm.
Would you say they too accept God, the Abrahamic God?
Yes, in fact, I've never found someone who said there's no such thing as wisdom. Because in order to say that, you have to show no wisdom. I know no one who says there's no such thing as knowledge because they learned words and they're applying them. I know no such person who would claim there's no such thing as counsel when they learned that language from someone else, etc., right on down the line. God exists.
Sure, I get what you're saying about
And,
accepting wisdom and accepting knowledge and so forth. I
sure.
just don't know, or maybe see or understand. I don't know. You, I, I hope that you have a bit of forgiveness with my word choices, because
Well, I don't even speak a second language. I congratulate you for having to.
Oh, thank you.
I can't manage to learn one more. So I'm impressed that you can say anything and I understand it. That's amazing.
Thank you very much.
What's your
I
I don't
natural
understand
language?
nothing you say, Deviant.
Swedish.
Swedish. You know how much
Yes.
Swedish I've learned to speak over the course of 56 years?
Guten Tag.
None. Zero. I don't know one, so I don't even know what it sounds like.
Gör du inte?
No,
Det
seriously,
är
I don't
intressant.
know.
Men ja. Det Christian alldeles nyss sa var faktiskt inte alls svenska, det var på tyska. Så,
you know, to my untrained ears,
I'm sorry.
that's not an insult.
I just
it
gave
sounds
you a
very.
little sample.
It sounds like a mix between like maybe German and Portuguese and some Russian thrown in there to me.
Oh, interesting. I mean, we are fairly close to German, which is no, it's not what I really said there in Swedish. I basically just answered you, but in
figured that.
Swedish. Yeah. And I also
I figured the
pointed out
first
that
two were questions, and the third one was a statement.
yeah, exactly.
That's all I
Intonation
know,
is
though.
important.
That's the only thing I could tell. I have no idea what you said whatsoever.
But
yeah,
because
I mean,
what Christian said. Oh, sorry.
I'll tell you everything I know about Sweden. Woman in a blue dress with a white collar, holding a steaming hot cup of cocoa. She's got blonde hair, blue eyes, and a pigtail on each
Swiss
side,
Miss.
just behind her ears. And it's an American product called Swiss Miss. It's a hot chocolate drink. But that's what comes to mind when someone says Swiss. That's all I know is Swiss
Hey, they
Miss.
also got those
Yeah,
fish,
and
the Swedish fish.
and this is so funny because Aso actually made the exact same mistake when we were talking about Sweden, and it actually confirms something that I often have heard but never encountered,
Wait,
which
Sweden
is
isn't Swiss?
Sweden is not Swiss.
You see how
Swiss is
ignorant I
Swiss.
am?
it's it's perfectly okay. I mean, I get it. Your country is how many? You're like 300 million or something like that.
350, yeah.
350, yeah. So we are around 11.
11 million?
Yeah,
That's
that's
like
the
People.
Georgia.
population of New York.
Yeah. New
I mean,
York might be
sure.
larger than that. I'm not sure.
No, I'm not exactly sure either. I know that back in the day when we were a mere 8 million, New York too were 8 million. So I'm just going off that.
Yeah. I know so
It,
little about Sweden that I have Switzerland and Sweden confused. That's how little I know.
it's I get the confusion. Also, we are small European countries that both have stayed um,
Aw.
outside of the main wars that we've had in the past
Well, that's just wisdom,
250 years.
which does exist. Wisdom does exist.
Oh yeah, good. You reminded me. You
But
reminded
does
me.
Sweden exist?
Yes, it does. It
I
happens to be
hope so.
laying on its side, but it is there.
Yes,
Noted.
that is true. And I'm not going to make the same uh, geography lesson that I did with SO.
The reason that Sweden is so small is it's because it's on the outer ring on the side of the plate of the Earth. And Australia is under it.
That's probably it.
It's upside down under the plate. So they had all those European countries have to be small because they're on the border.
Of
And the
course,
Earth's not real thick.
we're constantly hanging on the edge of the world.
See, actually, when they're climbing cliffs and they're skiing, they're not actually like going uphill and downhill. They're actually going sideways.
Okay, that's interesting.
That's yeah. It has to do with the spin of the plate. It doesn't have to do with elevation.
Okay.
please take none of this seriously. Anyone who heard me say any of that crap. I'm
Sweden
not a
has the
flat
best
earther.
air force. Yes, sir, we do, Asa.
The best
Sweden
Air
has
Force. I don't know how those things are qualified, but anyway. So CBDs. You're a Christian, right?
CRP.
Oh yeah, I am.
CBD
That's
is
right.
cannabinoids.
CBD. Yeah, I look like
That's
a
Whatever.
funny.
Rastafarian.
That's funny.
Rastafarians are Christians, kinda.
I'm just carrying on
They
because of
are.
CBD.
I don't know.
Kinda.
They're all about the CBDs or other things that have initials that mean make your brain go away. They're all about that
Negro
stuff.
soldier.
Right.
All those initial things that I don't know. So CRP, what do you think of now that I can see it? What do you think of the argument that I presented Aiden early on, or did you hear it? And it goes something like this: mankind is part of God's creation. God rests the Sabbath from all of his creation because it is finished. Mankind is not finished, but finished in heaven, where there are promises yet to be fulfilled. Thereby, God has not been resting from this earth. Thereby, there has not been a Sabbath of God to this earth.
That's a very interesting perspective. I do personally view the millennial kingdom of Christ as a sort of Sabbath. And so maybe in that regard, I could find
Oh,
some agreement
interesting.
with you.
Where'd you get that from?
I just popped in my head when you were talking.
Oh, wow. Pay attention to how that felt. It might
I'm
be
a minister.
important.
I'm very familiar with how it feels to speak to the Lord.
Oh, so you recognize it as prayer?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a minister. I talk to God all the time.
Well, lots of people say things, but lots of people also don't have a definition of what prayer is. Um, okay, so the second half, the second syllogism in that series, and the final one. Um, God's Sabbath begins when man has already been judged, right? Just judgment as an event is a singular, particular time frame, so it clarifies. I should have used that as the conclusion of the last syllogism, but bringing that answer down, that conclusion down, making it the first premise. Second premise: God has rested his Sabbath in the past tense. Conclusion: God has already judged man from an earth. Whereas we have not been, obviously.
I don't know if I follow. I'm trying to follow.
Okay. Let me try using different words. Let me do it in argumentation style instead of a syllogism. If something has happened in the past, but it hasn't happened on this earth, it did happen on some other earth. If it was necessary to happen to an earth, okay. If ascension is the only way God can rest from mankind, because that would be the finishing of us, and God has a Sabbath rest of some people somewhere, but we're still here not having been judged, then the text has to be talking about God having rested from some other place not here.
Okay, now I think I'm following you a little bit better.
Okay. What do you think of that argument? Tell me why it's dumb.
I don't know if I'd say it's dumb. I mean, whether I agree with something or disagree with it, it's not the same thing as saying that it's dumb.
That's
Um,
true.
I do think that there's a lot to be said about things being determined in God's foreknowledge before they're executed in the medium of time.
Oh, that's very good. Do you assign God B theory?
What does that
Just so I
mean?
know what to work with.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, so B theory is basically the idea that all things always exist or existed or will exist, but they always are. And so if a person were to say that God experiences all time simultaneously, would you agree with that statement?
I probably wouldn't word it like that because I do think that the passage
How
of
would you
time is
word
a
it?
real thing. But I do think that he knows and plans the outcome of all things to the extent that he's knowledgeable about it simultaneously.
Okay, so then I could summate that by saying God's knowledge exists in B theory.
Sure.
Fair? Okay, fair.
Sure.
All right, cool. So that was just a clarifying point, not the point at all. Okay, so you're what you're saying is the the Sabbath rest of God is a foreshadowing and is predictive and has not happened in the past. Is that
That
right?
is my understanding.
Cool beans. I got you. I get it. Okay. Here's what I find interesting that it justifies other parts of the text, just as supporting cumulative argumentation. With these things, God so made the worlds. That is not accidentally plural. It's supposed to be plural.
I mean, the
There's
phrase worlds is used like that in the scriptures for sure.
Sure. Yes, it is. Now, most people will justify that by saying, well, they mean whatever landmass. That's a world. But I think this is written from the perspective of God, and it seems in context it's evidently written not in our perspective. And my perspective might be this room I'm in, and it's all I can see because it's opaque. But that wouldn't be God's perspective on the existence of people or even my existence, because he's not trapped in walls. If that makes sense.
Okay, so you're taking the positive position that he was referring to multiple Earth-like worlds, like multiple dimensions or timelines or something.
Yes. And from an argument in practicum, have you heard of, or do you deny the existence of, or do you have skepticism or doubt about what the recent scientists in observations on Fraunhofer lines are calling "quote unquote" Goldilocks planets?
I know what Goldilocks planets are, but I don't know about the specific resource that you're citing.
What do you know about Goldilocks planets?
They're
Just
planets that
I'm
exist.
not trying to sharpshoot you. I just don't want to
No, not
say
at
things
all.
you already know.
A Goldilocks planet is a planet that exists in proximity to a star that would allow liquid water to exist on the surface.
More than that. Yes. I mean, yes, but not just that.
Okay.
Okay, so some scientist named Fraunhofer discovered that if you run light through a prism where it breaks into a rainbow, but it's running through some significant amount of gas, and the gas has to be pretty significant in volume and in mass, it will make a signature within a light spectrum. These signatures appear as black lines. So if I had left to right, and assuming black on the left, white on the right, so that I have red toward my left and I have purple toward, or violet toward my right. Okay, so orient it that way. And it's like a piece of film, a tape, say it's 3 inches tall, right? And it's going from my left to my right. Fraunhofer lines appear as a literal barcode of black. Like in the middle of yellow, you can have 20 stripes of black if you have high enough resolution. Okay? Now, that black, and I'm not trying to directly quote one specific gas or the actual barcode, I'm only giving you an example. So say in the middle of golden yellow, you have 20 stripes, and each stripe is of different widths and at different spacings, very much like a barcode. We can definitively say only oxygen makes that barcode, and those are called Fraunhofer lines.
Okay.
So we know that there's not only liquid water on Goldilocks planets. We know that what the composition of the major gases in the atmosphere are as well. And some of those gases don't occur without green plants. How
Okay,
you
now
like
I
them
understand where
apples?
you're. I understand what you're saying now. I was not aware that that was part of the definition of a Goldilocks planet.
Right on. There's liquid water in the core of Europa, but Europa is not a Goldilocks planet.
Right. No, I understand that because of friction.
Right on. Okay. All right. So, as a Christian, I can say, or even as a scientist, I can say the likelihood of a planet where there is liquid gas, I'm sorry, liquid water, free range gases, and green plants is a very, very small likelihood. I could say it as a Christian or as a scientist. Both should be true, yeah?
Sure.
Okay. We have found more than 70 Goldilocks planets, and we can only see in a very small sphere because the planet needs to be fairly close to sense the Fraunhofer lines. And that extrapolated out to the Noah Bull universe results in Goldilocks planet count 6.3 billion.
Okay. I mean, I understand that that is staggering, but as a
Yeah.
scientifically minded person myself, the first thing that I would think is we must be wrong about what causes these kind of gases.
Correct. Now, the Bible claims that angels doing the bidding of God do things like this planet on purpose. So if I interject intelligent interference on an otherwise naturalistic situation, certainly a person would agree with me. You would agree with me, not to pressure you. You could disagree, but it greatly increases the chances of an unlikely thing happening.
Say it one more time. I'm sorry.
Intelligent interference increases likelihoods of unusual
Oh
results.
yeah, yeah. Obviously, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So here's what I think. they're 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 not accidents.
Explain.
I think the Goldilocks planets are on purpose, and I think our angels are doing it.
Do you think that they're all experiencing a separate sort of genesis?
Oh, see, I love that. You went to the next logical question. That's lovely. Yes, I do. I think I think that what's going on here, peace and respect, missing mod. Oh, and spooky bed hair. Um, I think what's going on here is that we are an earth of God. We are a batch of children of God. That He has done it before. Who could stop Him? And He'll do it again. Again, who could stop Him?
That is a very interesting perspective. Um, is there anything outside of this consideration of Goldilocks planets that causes you to believe that?
Sure, the 24 elders.
Explain.
Um, okay, so you have promises. You're a preacher of kinds. I don't want to put labels on you and make demands, but
I'm an
um,
evangelist.
you're an evangelist. Okay, cool. That's a good label. It's generalistic, but speaks of your passion. I like that. Um, so as an evangelist, oh my gosh, train became completely derailed. Just a moment, folks. We'll get right back to you right after this commercial. Um, and now, a word from our sponsor. Hi, I'm your subconscious.
No, our sponsor is pumpkin flavored Pop Tarts.
Well, I wanted so much to make fun of the colored sprinkles, but they are intended mostly for children. But they
Correct.
can be delicious for adults. Don't get me wrong.
Also
Oh,
correct.
Christian is all child.
No, also
Okay,
correct.
so
Yeah.
the question was 24 elders, right? Okay, so you would you espouse to me the promises to the general population that are contained within the text of the Bible, Old and New Testament?
Wait, say it again.
What are the people promised?
You're asking me like what the promise of God is to the people?
Yeah, yep, that's it. That's the question.
Initially, the promise is the baptism of the Holy Ghost, and then ultimately, the promise is the transfiguration of the body.
Transfiguration of the body into perfection, living here forever?
Into perfection, living forever, not necessarily here.
Might be somewhere else. Something called Promised Land. Yeah?
We'll just call it New Jerusalem.
Okay, the New Jerusalem. That's fine. I like the because it's proper, and it is talking. It's using it as a proper noun unless you want to argue that.
Agreed.
Okay, so yeah, the New Jerusalem. because there's only one. Okay, so vivification into the New Jerusalem. And you could argue with me and say this is incorrect, but I believe also no more tears, no more heat
Yes.
of the sun, no more light of the moon,
All of that
no
is
more
correct.
no more hunger, and that along with extreme health, extremely good
I
health.
don't remember
Yeah,
it saying no more hunger specifically, but I do think that's a very fair assertion.
yeah. It's not directly stated. I think it's only implicit. It's not explicit.
No, I would agree with it though. Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, promises to Jesus.
Agreed. Yeah.
No, give me promises to Jesus, the ones that aren't just for everybody.
Well, I believe these promises were made to Jesus and that he shares them with everybody. But are you speaking of like a prophetical promise to him as a man?
No, no, not to him necessarily. As I mean, he has a very specific work, and it's guided, and the Father it shows him what to do and say, and all that stuff. That's all cool. But after uh, to the New Jerusalem, concerning the New Jerusalem, does Christ have some special role?
Oh yeah, I mean, well, the prophecy, I think it was in Psalms that was quoted over in Hebrews, was to the Son was said, "Thy throne, O God, is established forever and ever. A scepter of righteousness is the scepter of thy kingdom." And then in
Amen.
another place in Isaiah, which is also quoted, it says, "Of the increase of his kingdom and government, there shall be no end." So, the promise you could say that was made to Jesus as a man was that he would become the God of Israel entirely.
Right on. Yes. And would you and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I hate to do something besides ask questions, but please, I don't think you're shy. I think you would tell me if you thought I was wrong. Can I include or put on top of the word "and" to your statement? Seated at God's right hand, given a throne, given a crown.
I don't have a problem with that. I do have a slightly different understanding of the phrase "right hand of God" than like a lot of
Which
Trinitarians
means
do, for instance. But
I
I
hear it.
but I don't disagree with any of that.
No, I want to hear it.
I don't think that God the Father has a physical body. I think that Jesus Christ is the physical
Oh
body
my
of the entire
gosh, what do you
Godhead.
study the Bible or something? What's wrong with you? Okay,
Well, you
so
understand what I'm saying, though, as far as the
no, I
phrase "right
totally
hand."
agree. I totally agree. It doesn't mean a literal right hand.
Obviously,
It means to sit at the place of honor.
the position of power and authority, representing.
Yes,
Yeah,
completely agree to you. Now describe to me the 24 elders.
that is an interesting thing because I've heard a couple of different people have a couple of different takes on the 24 elders, and I don't know that I would say that I have an answer that I have come to that place of assurity of on that particular topic, but I do have a direction that I think is probably what
How
I'm
about
going to come
this?
to a surety of.
I'll make an assertion. You can tell me why it's stupid. Okay. Um, the 24 elders are first of all more than one. They're all at God's right hand. They're all given a throne by God. They all place their crowns before God, saying that they owe the crown to God. That is, it's His crown, not theirs. They just get to enjoy it. They are all dressed in white, and they are all at the highest position without being on the mercy seat. That sounds like the promises to Christ. But for this
There,
earth, there can be only one Christ.
I think
But
I
that's a
agree
very
with
specific set
most
of
of that.
promises.
Um, I think I agree with most of that. Uh, I don't
Hence
think it says
disagreement.
specifically that they're seated at the right hand of God. It might say that, and maybe I'm not recollecting it
It,
properly.
it does not say right hand. It does well. It doesn't use the word right.
Okay.
It's the word wrong.
Well, the reason I say that is because Christ, as
No
the
deviant.
personification of the Holy Ghost, was to be made the head of all principality and power.
Amen.
So I understand what you're trying to say, but I don't know that I agree with that because I
That's
do
fine.
think that. Okay, I'll tell you this. It gets into a discussion about the Godhead because if you look right there at Revelation 4 and 5, the question arises, where did the Lamb prevail from? Because John saw the Lamb in the midst of the throne, in the midst of what was going on, and it never says where he came from, but it does say that he didn't come from earth. It does say that he didn't come from heaven, and it does say that he did not come from under the earth. So the only place left for him to come from, in my opinion, is from within the throne itself.
That is rational. And
Well,
after
my
my
point of
cigarette,
saying that is because the Lamb, throughout the process of revelation, which I don't believe is finished, becomes completely the embodiment of the invisible God,
well,
which would mean that no other principalities or powers could be equal to him because he's been made the head of them.
Roger that. Absolutely. I'm going to go have a cigarette. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, no,
And
it's
Christian
a
is a
blast.
lot
Yeah.
of fun.
No, you're a very interesting person.
yeah, weird is another way to say it, which I'm okay with.
We're
I
all
got to jump
weird.
off here too, actually, but maybe we can catch up again sometime.
Oh,
I
you're
sure
jumping
hope
off
you
too?
will.
Well,
I,
let me
I
say
do
thanks for
have
the
to, yeah.
conversation. I'd love to get into some of the minutia of the supportive details from within the text.
Sure.
And why I think a person has to accept these ideas are in the text.
I would certainly be willing to listen.
Right on.
Cool. Awesome.
See, and that shows I'm not just a curmudgeon who likes arguing.
Well, I never said you weren't a curmudgeon. That's
No, you didn't
extrapolation.
say it. Somebody else said that today.
Well, you
Oh.
can't trust Aiden because he's like 14.
How old is he actually? Like
I
20,
think he's 24. He
22?
just turned 24.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Just like
Well,
them elders.
that actually, I think I can trust him. I remember being 24, and I know what to predict.
No, Aiden's a good old soul.
He's a smart
Yeah.
kid. I'll
He
give
is.
you
He
that.
has a retention like no one I've ever met.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and hop down unless somebody's got an argument for me. You got an argument for me, Outcast? Did Digital respond?
No, not yet, but
I'll get on
I'm
his butt for you.
she's Thank you very, very much.
By that I mean politely send him a second email. That's what I mean by get on his butt.
Yeah. I
We don't have
I
that close of a friendship.
no, of course. Of
Gangster
course.
Ghost, thanks for letting me on your show. I really enjoyed it. No
You're
kidding, no
welcome.
joking around. Seriously, dude.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks a lot,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thanks for adding
Take
my
care.
experience. Yes, take care of you and take care of the ones you love and shower the people you love with love. Show them the way that you feel. You
I
should.
would say amen to that.
Amen to that. Peace.
Peace.
Thank you, Miss Outcast.
Thank you, Logan, Gangster Ghost, my dear, dear little buddy.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for helping and stuff.
No worries. I was happy to help.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll shut the show down. Thank you for
Yeah.
helping. So I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Sleep night. Sleep tight.